Nasiruddin. I request Nasiruddin Chishti to welcome our guest Chitra ma'am. Chitra Ramanan from SIS College, Dean of SIS College. Ma'am, please come. Thank you, ma'am, for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much, ma'am. I request Kuldeep Singh Manhas to welcome RKS Mangesh Das, sir. Sir, please come. RKS Mangesh Das. Sir, thank you very much for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much, sir. I request Ganesh, is there Ganesh Vahan? Please come. Ganesh to welcome Sumanta Chaudhary, sir. Sir, please come. Thank you very much, sir. You are the senior most. You are the guiding force for us. Thank you very much for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much. I request ICS Verma, sir, to welcome Arun Kumar, sir. Sir, please come. Associate President, IndiCAMU. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for gracing the occasion. So, with that, we'll come to the inauguration. I request our guest of honor, OP Singh, sir, please come. OP Singh, sir, Ramesh Junaya, sir, Amlesh Panjan, sir, Sumanta, sir, please come. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries. And with that, we start the session. As you know, we have a very tight schedule and we need your cooperation the entire day so that we'll be able to complete the session on time. And with that, we have a small video clip of LPC journey, Live Pharma Foundation, how we started. It is an initiative, as you know, of our colleague Raman Marke 2 years back during the lockdown period. Raman started this initiative to engage the pharma professionals because all of the professionals were in the lockdown, they were working from home. Okay, there was very less development happening. That time he started and he joined. I, Vinod and ICS are joined and we started inviting all the dignitaries across the pharma industry to share their views. What are the current challenges and how to address those challenges? And that many people involved, they joined as a core team member and we welcomed all. and we got all the idea from everyone. And today there is a global platform also. As you know, our LPC Global, there are many eminent speakers from Asia Pacific, Europe, Germany, and USA also joined, and they are also contributing to LPC. It is the continuous support from each one of you. One of the core team members, Mr. Hitesh Supreti, who is the CEO in Dai Biopharma, he has brought this into the global network. So we are really thankful to him also being a core team member. So a small journey we would like to show you, a 3-minute clip, video clip, to share what are the ways, how are the journey, and how we have engaged everyone in that. Lights, please. Thank you very much. So that is the journey we had, and with that we would like to start the sessions now. Before that, we are happy that one of our key dignitary has come. So we invite Manoj Saxena sir. Sir, please come. And I request Prabhakar Jha to welcome Manoj sir. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much. So with that, our first speaker today is OP sir, OP Singh sir. I request Satwant ma'am to come and introduce OP sir by the time I will arrange that presentation. Ma'am, please come.
morning, everybody. Mic is on? Yes. Welcome to LPC-100 Conclave, and it's our pleasure to welcome everyone. And to begin the function, we have the keynote speaker, Mr. O.P. Singh, and I'll begin by saying, his salutation is Namaskaram. So, Namaskaram, please welcome. And everyone knows Mr. O.P. Singh. He is in the industry for over 40 years. And currently he is the group CEO with the Acumes Pharma. And before that, he was associated with Cadila at the various roles in heading the sales operations. And he has the expertise in handling the various functions and encouraging. The beauty part about is he has made many leaders in the industry. And today they are occupying the various roles in the different companies. And Mr. O.P. Singh is has been a speaker with the LPC earlier also. And today it's a privilege to have him live and listen to the message that he has to share with us. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you. अच्छा, okay. Thank you sir. कुछ है ना वैसे slide?
ठीक है, मैं चेंज कर दूंगा सर.
Mic please use कर रहा हूँ. Okay. है?
वाला mic is there.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you. Namaskar, pranam. Thank you, Satwan madam, for stage. Okay. Okay. I think I'm the first speaker, so I have to adjust. So you got it. Yeah. I think yes, much better. Much better. So, okay. So, I do not know how to start, but I would like to first thank धन्यवाद करूंगा entire LPC team को, जिनकी वजह से we all are here to meet each other in person, greet each other in person. I do not know how many of you hug each other in person. Still, you have a fear of COVID. So for that, I think give a big round of applause to the LPC team. My topic is nowhere to now here. I don't know what to speak, because from Delhi to Mumbai, or my journey which I started 36 years back in 1985 with Glaxo, or before COVID and the post-COVID. So basically my topic is quite very challenging, but I have 15 minutes time given to address to this August gathering. They are source of ocean of knowledge. I do not know what really to speak. I can only speak my emotion, which is the only differentiator at this moment. We are alive and we are live. I think that is the biggest gift of God. Let us clap to Almighty. Got it. And I think by virtue of good work, good blessings of Almighty, our seniors, our elders, we are able to express our happiness and we are able to express our learnings today. So basically, it is exactly 10:26, and in 15 minutes I have to complete my learning on 36 years. Not an easy job, but I'll try to speak in short, to the point, so that at the end of the day, my 15 minutes even can change 15% of mine. That's the value and satisfaction to me I'll carry back when I go back to my working destinations. So I started, like many of you, as a medical rep, plain BSc graduate. What do you expect from plain BSc graduate? What? But I think that was the base which has really made me to stand here before all of you to speak in a capacity of Group CEO of an organization, which Prashant very rightly said that I'm wearing 7 hats. Of course, I'm wearing 9 hats. Of different department, different business, different people, starting from sales and marketing till the R&D, including manufacturing, finance, HR, whatnot. And that is where made me to be here, to share my knowledge of a medical rep till my knowledge of a Group CEO who has very different kind of experience. When I joined 1985, of course, medical reps, you all know, it was ruled by multinationals. And Glaxo being #1 company those days, a different pride altogether. And many a time we were refrained to meet Indian pharma people. Actually, that was the scenario. And we were told in training, don't mix up with the Indian people. Being an Indian, that was the training department. And today, scenario is completely different. With all respect to all the companies, Indian companies are ruling. 1985 to 90, it was the era of detailing science. And then 90 to 2000, I think 2000, let me tell you, these 10 years, completely transformation of the pharma industry. Actually gone into completely globalization. And we could see the spark into the pharma leaders, promoters and the executives both. And then 2000 onward, it was a very, very different, explosive changes happened in this industry. So my point of saying here that at every stage of life, a medical rep, if would have been rigid mind, would not have reached here. So what it is being said, learn, unlearn, and the relearn. I'm the best example before you. A medical rep is now handling India's largest manufacturing organization, which is a matter of pride to Indian companies. I'll come later why I'm saying this. So the point what I'm trying to say, message, unlearn, relearn, learn, and that way you can grow to any stage, sky's the limit. So that is the first message of mine. But I think slide change is happening faster. Go back because I have only 5 slides. After that, thank you. So basically, you have to be very clear what we are speaking. So I'll take you on Laksh, goal. This is the important slide for all of you, which I'm going to speak right now. If I have to give example of Sachin Tendulkar, I think best example, most of the pharma meeting, we give his example. What was the example of Sachin? Hard work, dedication, practice, execution. You name anything, you will find in that. And the best is simplicity. So humble, so simple. But he had a luck that I should become the best cricketer into the field where I have chosen. If I take another example of same city, Dhirubhai Ambani, what was his luck? To become the largest corporate enterprises of this world, not of India. What must have been done? Be very, very clear. Mindset. And I take learning from these great people. Mindset is the best example of the Ambanis and the Reliance group of companies. Mindset. Very clear. मुझे बड़ा बनना है. Scale. जुनेजा साहब सभी बात कर रहा है. तो scale की बात कर रहा था. छोटा सोचते ही नहीं है. They don't think smaller. कुछ भी करो, it should be the biggest one. Visibility should be the best. Third example I'll give. Let's take Amazon. Today, a simple bookseller, can he dream to become what Amazon today? So all booksellers cannot become Amazon. It was trust and belief in the business what he or what they were doing. And finally, last example I'll give. Sare chai wale Modi ji nahi bane. But if you see these four people, about whom I can't speak much, only I have read it. But of course, being I was in 20 years into Ahmedabad, got many chance to interact with Modi ji when he was the chief minister. Because I was into one of the important corporate giants, and by virtue of family relationship, in marriage, in some meetings, I could able to meet him and got a chance to travel with him from Ahmedabad to Delhi on the same seat. So, kisi mein na kuch hota hai. And finally, when I joined this organization, honestly speaking, the Kumbh group, I was not knowing Jain brothers are these people, honestly speaking. Sanjeev Jain ji, Sandeep Jain ji and D.K. Jain Saab, these three people today, they started their journey from 55 square feet of shop in Bhagirath Place. 55 square feet. And why I'm saying all this? There is a purpose. And the purpose is going to speak after giving you the details about how you get inspired. 55 square feet shop, only one employee, the owner. And today, the journey was so exciting. From 2004 now, how many years? You can count. From 2004 now, it is not that long journey, one generation, 1%. And they are India's 67th largest employer. 67th largest employer, having feeding more than 80,000 people. And 13% of Indian pharmaceutical market share they are enjoying in terms of CDMO. And each retail shop will have Acum's manufactured drug. It is the biggest success story of a man who is always saying pranam, namaskar, humble, and many of you have met that gentleman. So I'm learning every day from an English culture to pure pranam culture. I think this is the journey of mine, which I would like to say to all of you, that you need to have a goal for yourself. He's a 12th class pass. 12th class pass, and he tried to share that मैं 12 class pass हूँ जी. खाने भी मेरे को count करके खाने पड़ते थे. And I'm from a family where father was a simple executive in the company, Dalmia. And today what is this? And when there are 13 factories in this country, and their dream is to become world largest CDMO company. And that is what called lunch. This is called lunch. And that is why these slides I have put before all of you. Whatever you do, you need to have a goal for you. If you don't have, honestly speaking, you are missing something in life. And everybody has a not so much that I can achieve MBBS, but I got BVSC. Basically, I'm a partial veterinary doctor. I have studied for 3 months. Those are from Calcutta, then the Belgasia Veterinary College. I was there for 3 months, studied. But I'm from a family. We had a good business, petrol pumps, well to do. But I never liked the business of mine. Similarly, Jain Saab never liked the employment of his father. So they chose to become a businessman, and I chose from a businessman family to become an executive. And why did I become an executive? Because you get inspired by the people. Tarun Gupta sir was a great leader of pharma industry. His bhanja, Guru Prasad, he used to come to take petrol from my petrol pump. And the kind of dress he wear, attire, I was impressed with him. And finally, He is the influencer in my life. Being a son of a petrol pump owner, God changed his destination and he said, "Mujhe to bhai unke jaisa banna hai." And in the whole process, I got selected in Glaxo as a management training, and journey of 7 years was fantastic. And after that, I chose to be something different than what I'm doing. I became sales director in Burnham Pharmaceutical, a very small company in Calcutta. I worked there 1.5 years, and then this Cadila divided in two parts: Cadila Healthcare and Cadila Pharmaceutical. And I started my journey over there as a business development manager of East. And I got 9 promotions in 20 years. And finally, when I left, I was in Mumbai as a managing director of Biocare, having a different kind of exposure. 80 crores loss-making company. If I tell you, turning to profit of 2 crores is a new record in pharma industry, turning around the industry in 1.5 year time. And of course, when I saw this potential, I said, I think unlearn, again go and learn something new. And I chose to be India business head of Cadila Pharma, a company which is known to everybody. 6.5 years, longest journey into that organization. And when I left, it was one of the fastest growing companies. Profitability, don't want to speak because in COVID, all companies have made good profit because of the lot of savings, no traveling expenses, no gifting, no any kind of promotional activities. And good profit means good profit, 200%, 300%. And finally, when I said, I think every 3 years, if you don't get to learn new things, start looking something different. And in the process, I found out a company which is largest, biggest organization in CDMO, and they are looking someone to run their business and to make it grow. World largest CDMO and manufacturing company and marketing company, and I opted this opportunity. In last 4 months, I am a transformed person because I have unlearned everything, whatever I have learned in English culture. And the culture which I have adopted here is something which is so close to my heart. Respect everybody. We respect everybody. And in the process, we say pranam, namaskar. इसमें ना गुड मॉर्निंग टाइम देखना पड़ता है, ना ही सूरज किधर ढलता देखना पड़ता है. नमस्कार. Brain is so happy. क्यों? Why to put so much of trouble to your mind? सूरज कितना है? नमस्कार बोलो, गुड मॉर्निंग बोलो, गुड आफ्टरनून बोलो. और बॉस को मिलना है, गुड इवनिंग बोल दिया, बोले तेरे को समझ नहीं आता गुड मॉर्निंग. नमस्कार में कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं. And I personally feel these are the learning which has really made me so happy. And going forward, I personally feel all over whatever you do, there are 5 critical aspects, which was in the next slides, which I was trying to show, that you have to really work for people. When you are a medical rep, work for doctor. When you are a manager, work for people. And if you do that, I am not doubtful that you will reach to the top of the industry. And that is where I think many of us take a learning. Help people to grow. Help people to grow. And I always used to say, in a medical rep, help doctor to grow in terms of his knowledge those days. Because many a time we say, the medical rep is working very hard. I said, you are not working hard. Every doctor is working very hard to give you earning, incentives, salary. All the need is fulfilled by the doctor. And when you become a manager, each medical rep is working very hard for you, manager, sir, to ensure that your livelihood is taken care of. So, what is the message? Respect people who work harder for you. And this is what is the deficiency today. That we go by designation, we go by visiting card, and we really forget that today if I'm here because of my people down the line, and the day we make these changes, try the day you start realizing, the guy who has come to meet me, he's 3 ladder down, today my salary is coming because of him. The entire perception is changed about the team building. And I personally feel it is not easy to practice, very tough, because our ego is the problem. Our ego is the biggest problem. It doesn't allow us to say, how can I say namaskar? The person who brings water to my room, whatever my namaskar. Do you know how important is he? My health completely in his hand. When I sit in my car, my father namaskar after driver. You know, my life is in his hand. Tell me whom to do the namaskar. They are the most important people. And many a time, our ego doesn't allow us, really doesn't allow us to do this. Try and you see the change. I tell you, you will have a different life, different light in your life. The kind of respect you start getting from those people. And the second, when I talk about process, naturally, as an executive, I cannot only speak this kind of language. This is very, very important. The best of the best strategy, it is not properly executed, is of no use. And no strategy is a bad strategy. It is all about the execution, execution, and execution. And the third, it's all about karma yoga, sacrifice. If you can do that, the whole world is yours. And this is the toughest job for any individual. Not that easy. And when we talk about mindset, positivity, it comes with the surroundings. And then finally, I can say, khud mein vishwas rakho. Trust and belief is the most important. In what I'm doing right. So these are the 5 key success mantra I have practiced. Right from medical rep till the group CEO of a company. The journey is so pleasurable. Need really maja aata hai. Because every 3 years, if you see a newer responsibility, newer challenge, you have no room to sit back and relax. Relax while working. This is the technique. Relax while working. If you learn it, let me tell you, impossible is nothing. It's a very commonly English word. Impossible is nothing. You relax while working. And that is where I found the game changer. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. These words has made me today what it is. And I have enjoyed every bit of moment and my response. Next slide. Next slide. आपका टारगेट ऐसा होना चाहिए that दुनिया हंसे आपकी. And the second, if you feel you have enough time, forget it. You don't have. And I think next slide. And I think this is what slides always motivate you. You don't have time. So I think with these few words, the last slides is very important, which I would like to share with all of you. Next one. सब ही कर रहे. And I'll make a 1-minute story. सब ही कर रहे. An executive having briefing meeting, the marketing head, he has to make presentation. Coffee पी रहा है टेबल पे. बिटिया को स्कूल जाना है. The wife has also to go to the school because she's a teacher and she was preparing the daughter. In the meantime, daughter came and something happened that coffee उनके शर्ट पे गिर जाता है. And immediately, sir started shouting, अरे तुमको कैसे इसको ग्रूम कर रही हो? उधर से आता है, मेरी भी तो बच्ची हूँ. And the class starts. बोले मेरा ऑफिस लेट हो रहा है. Then that fellow got agitated, gone into the room, changed the shirts, and then wife को बोलता है कि तुम ऑफिस छोड़ दो. तो बोलते हैं कि मैं नहीं जाने वाली हूँ, तुम छोड़ दिया. And then guy was so agitated. And he rash driving, traffic red light cross कर गया, police पकड़ा, 1000 चालान. The daughter came to the school, he dropped. She has not even smiled. Previous days she was hugging, giving a kiss to the father. She has not even bothered to hug, bothered to kiss, and went back. By the time he reached office, he found he had left his laptop in home. The whole team of that gentleman got spoiled. Came back home, wife is in her room, daughter in her room, nobody is responding to this gentleman. And finally, the learning is, एक शब्द उन्होंने यूज किया था, कैसे इसको ग्रूम कर रही हो। इंस्टीड अगर बोलते अरे कोई नहीं बेटा, कोई मैं चेंज करता हूँ, एक सेकेंड की जो चेंज क्या होता, डॉक्टर भी हट कर, बीवी भी और कुछ आए, दूसरा ऑफिस में लैपटॉप होता तो बोलते हैं सर सब ही कर रहे। You must know what to be used. And the second one, which is click please. जैसा सोचोगे वैसा ही होगा. And these are the two words is the game changer in my life. And this is I have learned from Mr. Sanjeev. What it is, I respect all the religion, but Hindu में ना 33 करोड़ देवी देवता हैं. ये हमें बताया गया है. अब किधर है मालूम नहीं, but है 33 करोड़. लेकिन क्या हुआ कि पॉपुलेशन अभी 130 करोड़ हो गया. तो पहले एक देवी एक ही के लिए था, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे थे, जो भी विश हुआ उसको देते थे. अभी गॉड को भी प्रेशर हो गया. Of course, because our population is increasing, and in the whole process, this God have decided to pick up some word. भाई इसको तो नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो आप बोलते हो सर मेरी तो जिंदगी बेकार हो गई है, अब क्या होगा? सर मेरा बॉस बकवास है, तथास्तु. एक वर्ड मुझे पिकअप कर दिया, जो मांगा सर. My son is the best intelligent boy in this society. मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ एक कार खरीदूंगा, तथास्तु. एक बोला सर मेरा लगता है जिंदगी में कुछ होने वाला है, तथास्तु. क्या हो? The learning is शब्द ही कर्म है. It is important word. What word you are using, that is going to decide your happiness. And this जैसा सोचोगे तथास्तु वैसे ही होने वाला. Today this program is going to be fantastic successful. Let us clap for this, and I am sure all of you are going to enjoy this program, and I thank the organizers for bringing us here together and making us to enjoy with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for your insight. Yes, and it's a great learning from Mr. Singh, and definitely he has inspired many of us sitting over here. And the biggest learning that we are getting is learn, unlearn, relearn, and also Tatastu, that means control your reactions and think positive. The law of attraction is always that plays in your favor. Thank you so much, sir, for your speech and your learnings and share what you have shared with us.
Thank you, sir. I request Mangesh Das sir again to come and give a memento on behalf of my congregation. Sir, thank you very much for listening to our occasion. Sir, Mangesh sir, please come. Mangesh sir is chairman in CHD Energy, the master trainer in NMG, and we are really humbled to have him here. He is our past speaker also. Ask the artist to come. Artist, please come. The artist is doing a good sir. He would like to present it to you. Thank you very much, artist. Please. We need you again. We need you again. Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. Really mesmerized to have sir with us. We are really kind. Sir is kind enough to fly from Delhi just for this meeting, and he is going to Goa in the evening. So thank you very much for coming, sir. With that, we would like to have, as you know, one of our core team members is Mr. Hitesh Upreti. And Mr. Hitesh Upreti is the CEO in Daiichi Biopharma, and he is based in Uganda. So he is
Yeah, Hitesh sir, it's over to you. You can unmute, sir. You're mute. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone there at Mumbai. And thank you, Mr. Yashwant, for giving me an opportunity to say hi to the people over there at Orchid Hotel in Mumbai. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah.
Am I
Are we
Mr.
audible?
Yashwant?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, but to them, are we audible?
By the time Mr. Raju Haji is there, sir, please come. I request Sahaji Chawal sir to come and welcome Raju Haji sir. Sir, please come. Thank you very much for coming here, sir. There are some eminent guests who have come later on, so we would like to welcome them.
Yeah, in a hall, are we audible? I see, sir.
Sir is coming from Kolkata, sir. Am I audible? It's a nice already. Yes, sir. We are expecting some more guests to come. Mr. Hirak Bose has come. Just checking. To utilize the time, because we have very tight schedule, I will again ask the OPC sir to come here and felicitate our core team members. So it will save time. Okay, sir, please come. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, ICS Verma sir, please come. So these are the core team member, and this is the time you want to felicitate. Yeah. Sir, photograph please. Sir, please. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sir, I'm always. Vinod Vaswani. Satwant ma'am, Satwant Kaur, Manku ma'am, thank you ma'am, please come. She is a good part of our team and she is doing tremendous job. Yes. Thank you ma'am, thank you very much.
Yeah, audible?
Yashwant Mishra, that is me.
Audible? Are we audible?
Online to offline. Ready? These are some more people are there. It will take more time. I'm coming. And audio aega?
Yeah, I think
Kuldeep
it's okay.
Manhar, please come. Kuldeep. Yeah, last one. Come. You can utilize time. Prabhakar Jha. Please come. Thank you very much, Prabhakar, to be a part of. Rahil Shah, please come. Nasiruddin Chishti. If it is not connecting, we can later on connect it again.
Are you audible now?
Bagwe, please come. MD from Divine Healthcare. Thank you very much.
No, sir, I think they are like that trying to connect it to each other. So through a mobile they are there, and on a mobile they are like putting it the unmute and they're trying it.
Right. No problem. I understand.
Ganesh, Mr. Ganesh Mawal, please come. Clap for him. Thank you very much, Ganesh. Thank you very much. We'll ask you to come again. Thank you very much, sir. So, what to do? Next, so with that, we come to the next speech. I request Manoj Saxena sir to come in the rise. I request ICS Verma sir to come and give a brief profile of Manoj sir. Sir, thank you very much for coming first of all. Thank you very much, sir. He is going to address the group on global perspective of leadership. He is not having any flight. He will talk from his gut. I don't think we need a introduction. Okay, sir. Okay. So, together.
Good morning, all of you. It's a great honor as well as it's nice to see Manoj sir on the stage where we have started our career with him, and he was a guide as well as a mentor. He's currently as an MD for Bayer in Southeast Asia, and he started his career with a lot of us as a medical representative and having experience more than 25 years now. So, so I welcome Manoj sir to on stage.
Thank you, LCS. Thank you, Ashwin. It's an honor and always come to such gathering and listen to industry scholars like Mr. Singh. Thank you for your words of wisdom as well. What I'll do is 15 minutes is to lesser time, and I don't want to be preachy on certain moment. Yeah. We all know what challenges we've gone through the last 2 years. And as leaders, whichever role we play, I think as leaders, even if you are one person reporting into you, you play an identical role, whether I am a managing director of a large organization or you are an area sales manager, because your challenges are very similar. Yeah? So what I do in the first 5 minutes, I try to paint from a global context, which are also from today at a micro level, also from a local context. What do I personally see are the challenges, which also are the opportunities for future for all of us as leaders. And then I'll open the floor so that it gives an opportunity for me to understand, like the reason why I come to any platform, whether in such platform, is also to get back, what is mulling in everybody's head during this time, right? So I will also ask you to open up, ask questions, which can help you to reflect, and probably I try to answer with some of my experiences. So 4 trends or challenges which I see. I always look at challenges from the perspective of, am I looking inside the organization or am I looking outside? Yeah, so 2 are challenges which are externally, which I think as leaders we should be. The first and foremost, no guesses, and I'm sure the 4 things which I'm going to tell you, you all know that. Yes, there is no rocket science in that. It's just a reflection on how do I see challenges for any leader in today's context. First and foremost is be with digital. I think digitalization is the biggest challenge for any leader. Yeah, we know what is digitization, but most of us do not know what does digitalization means. We aren't ready. I think that's the biggest challenge, because anybody who joins the organization today is bigger digital native than us as a senior leader. And I think that's the biggest challenge. How can we understand what market demands? How do we understand what technology which is working today will not work tomorrow, and what new set of technologies will come? Yeah, from an external perspective, it is so important for us to understand what does digitalization means in my organization today. How can I be ready with that? Yeah, and I think this is something which everybody is grappling with. The moment you settle down and think that you now know digitalization, you see there is another trend in digitalization coming forward. And I guess this rapid change, towards digitalization is going to continue for the next decade or so. And I think as a former leader, for that matter, any industry leader, be with digital in the true sense of staying with the trend, or maybe slightly ahead of the trend for any organization would be very, very critical. And I think leadership competencies, digital would be, and I know it's cliche now, it's cliches to keep on talking about digitalization, but it is there. It is there. And any leader who is not becoming digital native is falling behind. We all know that. So that's one. Second is around trends, thoughts around, the whole world of hyper competition. We all know what has happened, right? In someone who has done his MBAs in the 90s, the trend started working in the 90s. Hyper competition is something which is extremely important, not only from a global context, but if you take India as a globe, what is happening in Kerala is very different to what's happening in Bihar. What sort of a competition and staying ahead. So tomorrow you're successful in Kerala and you think this is my success formula and which will work for the next 5 years, I think as a leader, we are doing a big mistake. Things are changing fast. And as leaders, to be staying abreast as to what's happening, how can I take my organization, how can I take my whatever roles you have in the organization. And I think hyper competition, understanding it from a local perspective, what are the trends? Can I understand them better? Can we try to attempt be ahead of the curve, right? And when I say ahead of the curve is what is working today, I assume it is not sustainable. Even if it is the most innovative strategy what you have today, within 3 months, it will become a commodity. Within 3 months, there are other companies, other people who are doing that in a much better manner than what you did. And I think some of the examples Mr. Singh said, right? Amazon, they were always ahead of the curve. Yeah, and there are many examples in the industry as well. I started with the company, they were always ahead of the curve in certain therapies. Always. Yeah, and that's the reason why companies who are always ahead, and understanding hyper competition does not fall in the trap of, and I think that for leaders is very important, what we call as a complacency trap. Yeah, we become complacent the moment we think, no, this is what it is, this is a winning formula, let's continue this winning formula. Yeah, and in today's time, realizing that a small company which has just started in Bihar can be a biggest threat, and not a large company which is headquartered in Bombay or in Bangalore or in Hyderabad, is the leadership challenge which we have. Yeah, and the goals and the vision which, I'm trying again relating to Singh Saab's speech, right? The goals and the passion to drive what an entrepreneur would have, from Bihar, probably is your main threat there, right? So how can you be aware of that? And linked to that is the challenges around agility. This is an old word. Yeah, everybody talks about from the VUCA times. How can we become agile? But when you look at it from a context and the lens of hyper competition, you'll realize what does agility mean? Making a process, making a decision in head office, and your teams are not empowered to tweak that decision accordingly in a local context, makes you non-competitive. So I think from a leadership at any level, I think understanding hyper competition is one of the biggest challenges. And I don't think there is any success formula or amrit which you can drink and you say, now I'm ready for hyper competition. Yeah? So those are the two external challenges which are. Internal is, of course, our working capital is people. Yeah, how do we invest on our working capital to keep them engaged? Our people engagement strategies have changed. Yeah, how do you engage your audience, your organization internally? I'll give you an example. Early in the COVID time, we had a sales rep whose entire family got impacted with COVID. Yeah, the medical bill was 30 lakhs. His salary is 6 lakhs. What would you do as an organization? What would you do? Will you ask 5,000, because we have a 5,000 team in India, including contractor staff, around 6,500. Should we ask everyone to contribute, put a charity box here and ask everyone to fundraise? Shall the organization fund everything? What shall we do? Anyone? What shall we do? Sorry? Yeah, Yeah, what is the insurance? So, industry, what is the insurance of a medical rep? 4 lakhs. We had 10 lakhs. We had 10 lakhs insurance for a medical rep. Bill is 30 lakhs. Absolutely. Not only that, we said unlimited medical insurance for the last 2 years. So even if the bill goes to 1 crore, not just 30 lakh, because it's a mental trauma. So I think as a leadership, when you're looking internally to your own people, how do you engage them? I gave one example of medical insurance, but there are every single day as leaders, you have an opportunity to engage them in the manner which the organization understands engagement. And the engagement is very different to you, very different to someone who is just joining. Right? So I guess how as an organization, and this is a day-to-day challenge for any leader, what is engagement looks like? One of the days when you promote someone, he feels elated, right? The engagement for an organization is absolutely a challenge. But I don't have any answer, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying when I look at and reflect on, this is one challenge which I think. And the last is around topics like culture, talent, internally, what sort of a people you want to have. Can I hire someone who's better than me? Yeah, this is something which we have all learned in many training classes. But in reality, how do we reflect on it is a challenge. How can I interview someone who's better than me? Yeah, he brings in better competencies. He brings in better drive. He has a better understanding of the purpose which my organization has. Yeah, we have a purpose, science for a better life, hunger for none, health for all. How can I interview someone who has a better understanding of my passion or my purpose is very, very critical. And I think so. The challenge for leaders is how can I attract a talent, retain a talent? How can we understand what sort of a culture which we are portraying and look out for that? Because people is something which is our working capital, right? So those are the two challenges which I see. Talent, whichever way you look at it, talent or culture of the organization. And the other is how do you engage everyone in the organization, including yourself, because you are also an employer, right? Sometimes this misnomer is, yes, the life is lonely at the top or at senior leadership. But I think while it is lonely, you're also part and parcel of it. So how do you engage everyone? I think we pause there. Maybe I'll take quick questions if there are, but absolutely happy to be here, and also all the best to LPC-100. It's been, I know it's not easy to continue. It's easy to start something, but continuing 100 episodes is really wonderful. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So, any questions?
Questions or comments?
Any questions?
Yes, sir. Sir, Peter's from Sibla. So, great to see you, sir, once again. And my one question, not question, but I need your feedback on that, sir, because you're bigger on that. So, there is a trend called, right now, servant leadership. So, what is your view on that? Because the leaders in the top, how do they see servant leadership in their leadership style?
So I don't think leadership there is any trend like that yet. It's leadership. There is no defined definition of leadership. Everybody has their own traits, and everybody looks at it. So I don't really say that there is a trend around it. Of course, we learn. I think the biggest thing is we use these words very, very easily, right? Mentorship, coaching, The biggest learning which I had, and I think everybody has, is on the job. And you see a good leader in front of you, and you try to imbibe the skill sets what he has, the way he talks. The example which he gave is also a leadership example, right? The coffee spills over the dish. How does he respond to that? I think that is where there is challenging. More individualistic leadership. I don't know if I answered it partly to you, or you have a very specific query in that. I would like to learn little more about
your name? Dr. Deepak Verma.
I would like, because as you rightly said about people are very important to edge to edge what Mr. Kaveda and Mr. Kotler also talks about. So it's human capital is very important, and your statement, which is a very good practice, employing it. Can you elaborate that how really it helps? Because that's a very important tool today.
Yeah, I'll give an example. Yeah, a lot of companies are leaving Russia, right? Yeah, does the employee also want that? Companies leave Russia, we don't know. We don't know. But why the companies are leaving Russia is not because of Russia, but because of the employees who are based in their major markets, which is Europe and US. There, the employees are clear that the company should not operate in Russia, right? And that is the example of the engagement approach which I mentioned. Today, as we look at it, how do we look at diversity and inclusion? Yeah, if you want to attract a youngster who is passing out today, the topics like environment, topics like safety, topics like governance, topics like compliance play a very important role. They may not be important for somebody who has been in the corporate world for the last 20 years, not so much, but a youngster today also looks at it. Investments are being done as today the shareholders, if you look at it, are just not looking at EBITDA or net sales or margins. They're also looking at what are you doing, what are your sustainability is for. Where do you have the access to medicine index, right? So those are the ways to look at employee engagement. And there is no right formula, but I think from a culture perspective, what we want to portray in that culture, what sort of profiles you want to attract, and what is the current themes around that would be an important pillar to engage, rather than having a blind eye. It's a very simple, like in social media, right? People comment on left, right, and center. But some social media guys also do narratives, comments, and then work around it. TripAdvisor is right? When people look at it, they sort of ignore it. Whereas some people may not look at it. My point is that from a challenge is how do you process that and incorporate it in a simple thing like an employee survey, right? An employee survey in the past would be around benefits, salary, purpose, strategy, and all that, right? Beyond that, what is going on? And it is becoming complex. In 30 years back, 20 years back, when I started the journey, it was relatively easier. Today, I think from a leadership, it is a challenge. That was my reflection. Yeah. Do we have the right answer? Probably not. But I think if we try to see it as a challenge, then, as a complex challenge, at least the leadership will spend time, energy, effort to see how can we engage. And we'll have we'll take at least the baby steps to move forward.
Yeah.
Yes, Anand.
Hi, Manoj. No, go ahead, Anand.
So, good morning, Manoj. So my question is that today we all have been reacting to the situations. We all have been adopting ourselves with the reaction that the COVID case and our leadership style changed. What do you see? What can we predict what will be the leadership style in the next 5 years down the line? I think the whole digitalization is asking us to be predictive. Lots of predictions are taking place on the basis of our behavior. How do you think?
Yeah, I think gradually we will move into a situation where we are less hierarchical. Yeah, somebody calling me Manoj sir, I feel really paid. The Britishers left long time back. I have good name Manoj. I have also a decent last name Saxena, so Manoj Saxena can be addressed. I think so. In an organizational setup, hierarchy and empowerment are something which I think would be the driving force of the leadership behavior and competence. Your ability to empower your people so that they can take right decisions. For example, I give something which is very common in the industry, right? A doctor asks you something in a sponsorship, which in the compliance paper you can do, right? What does the rep say to the doctor? I'll come back. Then what he does, outside the clinic, he comes and says to the area manager and says, can we do this sponsorship? What does the area manager says? I'll come back. Then the area manager calls the hierarchy of people, right? And they all come back to each other. But the rep knows the doctor is very important. Nobody else knows. Nobody else knows. Only the rep knows the doctor is important. Customer for him. Yeah. And if he it's a speaker, arrangement for the conference, so he's asking, presence of my organization is actually good for the organization reputation. So what happens, this comes back to the doctor after 15 days, right? I'm living in an empowered world. If the rep knows the value of the customer and aligns with the purpose of the organization very distinctly, why can't we empower the sales rep as leaders that he's able to take the decision that I'm there? Right? Can we provide that sort of framework? So my thinking is, and we see that happening in a lot of industries already, that gradually the rep in the sense any level, right? It could be product manager, it could be vice president, any level, we feel empowered. And I think that culture that the leadership provides is what the friends would do. Where everybody feels that he is the, and that's the reason why the startups are right. In the large organization, that I think and second is around agility to take decisions. Sometimes taking no decision is also good. There are a lot of times we don't know what to do status quo, right? For example, we live in time of false satisfaction by giving a gift. We have stopped giving gifts for 6 years, not a single pen we give. But a lot of organizations will give samples or gifts, thinking the doctor to prescribe. It's a sort of false satisfaction, right? We call it as a false satisfaction. This is a terminology which I learned in Sipla. So false satisfaction, right? So that same context from the leadership perspective, sometimes you want to show off that yes, we are there. Yeah, you want to show off that we are there. I think that's something. Prashant, sir.
Hi, Manoj. Nice to hear you as always. Just one thing I want to allude to what you said. On the fourth point, culture is something that we all misuse the word so often. As a leader who looks after multiple teams, multiple geographies, what are the one or two right steps that leadership should take in terms of driving culture within the organization? What would be your take on that?
So, these are things which you do otherwise as well, right? What is important in a culture is it's not a lip service, right? A lot of people say that we want to increase diversity in the sales team, but in the end they go back to hiring the same guy, right? They don't hire gender diverse, don't hire people who are 10th pass or 12th pass, and it's sitting in a science graduate. So I guess what you live and walk that talk is so good. I think that's the journey. And also understanding the pain points. So if you want to build a culture of, let's say, you want to build, purpose of culture, there are three ways to look at it, right? It could be based on what is the outcome you want, what sort of a culture you want, or you want somebody where you get a feeling of wow, right? So depending upon what sort of a culture you want, understanding if the organization is not living through it, one, you are doing walk the talk of your team or leadership team, but also looking at it, what is the impending force? Sometimes, when we say digitalization, and we say we want to be a digital-led company, but then in your CLM, you have a PDF. So you converted a PowerPoint into a PDF and you say you want to be a digital, and you think so. So I guess sometimes what you execute and what you had planned or thinking around it, if they don't match, that also is the so identify the pain point is something extremely important for all large operations, small operations. Doesn't really matter. I think Yashwant, we are running out of time, right? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. One more question. Please. Yes, you will allow. For yourself.
MNCs once ruling the pharmaceutical industry in India to now Indian companies ruling the roost. How do you look at the MNC versus the Indian pharma space, in the Indian pharma space? How do you look at the future of MNC? Because given the kind of dynamics that are today operating, which MNCs probably will not be able to comply with, right? If they have to have a fair competition space here, how do you see their progress going ahead?
It's an interesting question. Let me give you my thoughts to it. I think India is a unique place where the local companies are really pretty aggressive, but it's also is a unique place in the sense that in no other country you have branded generics, right? So in India you have generic, you have branded generics, and then you have branded innovators, right? So that's the mix which is not there. But from an operating model perspective, it's very easy. When you look at from vision of last 10, 15, 20 years, of course, you know, the likes of the top 10 companies, but also a lot of other companies have done extremely well. But the multinationals have also done well. So I don't think we should look at this 80-20 thing, right? 20 years back, 30 years back, 80% business was multinational, primarily because the domestic companies was not qualified enough, right? Today, in a competitive environment, a lot of Indian companies that have started my pharma generic sector are actually quite good, right? So it's who best manages, you know, the reasons of being there. And what is the reason for being there in the pharma company? What is the reason? There's a patient, right? So whoever will be able to give the right solution to the patient would ultimately do better. Yeah. Now the model for multinationals is around R&D, bringing in new drug, yeah, seeing the unmet medical need. We invest almost 20%. We are sales clubbing the multinationals. We invest close to 18 to 20% of profit. So when a product is 100 rupees, 20 rupees out of it goes into the R&D. Yeah. Whereas a branded generic company spends anywhere between 3 to 5%, mostly around dosage formulations and so does the market has the opportunity for both? Of course, yes. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I think whoever caters to that sort of a market is the model for branded generic to continue. I think time could tell whether everything will become generic, but your best is, yeah, where it is that you have established therapy as an innovator, and once you have established the branded generics should be decided by the insurer or the payer. Government is a payer and the insurer is the payer. That model is already there in pockets in India. When you go to certain hospitals, when you look at railways, yeah, they look at which brand doesn't really matter. What matters is at what price for your own self, right? And this is exactly would change also at a rapid pace with action. So I think the issue would be who is doing the right perspective from engaging scientifically to doctors, but more importantly, understanding the unmet need from a disease perspective and managing that. And there would always be pockets of that. There would be private play where your brand value would make a point. There would be some places where only genericization would play a point. I think some state governments had already started long back and are working towards it. And then there would be some disease areas where unmet medical need would command someone who does research. And when I said, I think the definition about Indian companies and multinationals is the wrong one. I was in India for 125 years. Some of the Indian companies are not so long in India, right? So I guess this outlook of MNC in India is a very short outlook because when you look at the companies like Sun Pharma, we have a partnership with Zydus Canada or similar. They are multinational. It doesn't matter where multinational is. Some of the companies in India and stuff. So just 2 minutes. I request Chitra Ramanam ma'am, please come. I will ask you to come again and again. Ma'am is Dean in SIS College of Management to hand over a memento to sir. Ma'am, thank you very much for coming and we will lead you in the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And during break, ma'am, we'll have different sessions in this college. One time, sir also join. Thank you. Book from Archie's Juicy. You don't want to come. Okay, thank you very much, Archie's. Kind enough to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, 2 minutes. We need sir to hand over some of the mementos to some of our past speakers. So I request Pijus Mukherjee to come here. Pijus, last one. Yeah.
Please come, please. He has been our speaker earlier, and we would like to felicitate him also. Then we have our my co-host Arpan Kumar Paul. He is coming just now. Arpan is coming from Kolkata, so he was supposed to be there here with me in the beginning, but his flight just arrived. Arpan, please come. Thank you very much. He is going to host our. Okay. Thank you very much. Tapan Nandi, sir, please come. Tapan Nandi. Samadhan Rathod, sir, please come. Samadhan Rathod, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. I request our core team members, LPC core team members to come here for having a group photograph with sir quickly, because I know sir will not stay there for long time, will not get opportunity. Quickly come, core team members, on the bench. Please come. Sir, thank you. One photograph. Quickly, yeah, we do that. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Sai Sudham Patro, Mondial Pharma. Sir, please come. So, sir is the event partner for today's event. He came a little late, so we could not introduce him here. Okay, sir, please come. Sir, please come. Please come. So sir is kind enough to sponsor the entire event. Sir is the managing director in Mondial Pharmaceutical. Thank you very much for coming. Sir, bouquet. Thank you very much for coming. I request all entire Mondial Pharma people to come here. There is a table for them. All the Mondial Pharma people, please come here. Subhendu and the team, please come here in this table. Please come. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming here. And with that, we go for the panel discussion. First panel discussion, that is leadership. So I request IC Verma sir to introduce the panelists. Okay, so we are going to have a first panel discussion that is on leadership challenge and opportunities. Okay, so IC Verma sir is going to moderate for the panelists. Sir, Sushil Barkar sir, please come. Sushil Barkar sir, chair, ये chair, come. Okay. And Kaustubh sir, you are in this panel. Leadership panel. Again, Fernandez sir, please come. Avi Kumar sir, please come. Shari sir is come. Sandeep is not there. Amit Mehra sir. Okay, good. Sir, please come. Devas sir, please come. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Sir, please come. Have a seat, sir. So this is the panel, leadership panel, leadership challenges and opportunity in current dynamics. So sir, IC sir will take the thing. He will introduce the panelists and you can go ahead. All right.
Yeah, once again, welcome back to Icon of Coalition's leadership panel. Yeah, you can give one mic to. Okay, that's fine. One will be speaking on. So today, our broad topic on leadership is because we have seen 3 pandemics, and there is a lot of changes in the pharma as well as the entire industry. So we have with us three eminent leaders. Mr. Anish Fernandez from Integris, the CPO from Integris, and Mr. Sushil Barker, is the L&D head at Alchem Laboratories, and Mr. Arun Kumar, the Associate Vice President at Indicating. So welcome you all, sir, to the panel discussion. So this is basically a kind of some path. You can just talk about what are the current challenges that you all see in the leadership. I think so we can start with that, sir.
I think Mr. Manoj Saxena has just taken a session purely on leadership. And though he was talking on a global perspective, but if I take India, it's a global market. You have as he was also putting an example of Kerala and Bihar. So it's a very, very different, very diverse market. So I think there are certain basics which I personally feel are to be followed. And the first one that is self-awareness. If you are aware about our strength, organizational strength, team strength, geography. Geography is very vital, very vital. You were putting an example, just putting an example that entrepreneur from Bihar, you have to compete with. If you are not aware with the geography, if you are not aware with the intent or the competition that you are going to get from, you will not be able to compete. The fourth one, which I put at very, very priority basis, that is the empathy and sensitivity to your team. And you were just putting an example during COVID, family of entire family, employee of entire family got affected. And this happened perhaps with every pharma company. Every pharma company had gone through this. And we as a leader had to see this. And that was the only point, empathy was the only point in sensitivity. Like somebody said that you had a, COVID specific insurances and other things. So the last and the most vital is understanding the differences. Respecting, I would want respecting the differences. Differences are one, you may be leading an organization, you may be at the head of the affair, but respecting the ground level people, his views is very, very vital, because at many a thing he knows better than the leader. And his voice, if you respect, you will be able to adapt to the situation and then take a decision. So I put that a very, very vital place. And the last and the most important which I follow is looking for, I will say, betterment or career benefit of team. Because that only gives that energy, that only boosts the energy of our team which can perform. Because it is the team that performs. The leader has to take that success or failure as to his shoulder, but it is the team that performs. So you have to create a situation. And I always because a lot of the people are here. I had reported to Mr. Suminkara, and very beginning in when I was in Delhi, that was when I started my career. I still remember his line that don't look at making your career, look at making career of person who are working with you. Your career will be built automatically. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the crux of leadership. Thank you, Arun, sir.
I would like to add on this, because if I understand your question clearly, it was more about the kind of challenges which the leaders are facing today. And in fact, as I see in my 21 years of career, I have never seen such a situation where the multi-generational people are working together. Means 5 generations are working now at a given space, right? And that is one of the biggest challenge which a leader is going to have. It doesn't matter that the leader is coming from the 5th generation, the leader is coming from this generation. But this multi-generational challenge which he is going to face. The second important thing is that people talk about culture a lot. But culture is something which cannot be defined. Culture is something which people experience. So the second challenge which is going to come
that what kind of culture this leader would like the people to experience it. And the third challenge which is going to come is that maintaining that balance, a beautiful balance between the human capital index. People do talk a lot about it, but I am yet to see the human capital index coming into the profit and loss account of an organization, because people always come into the liability side of the P&L. So that is where, yes, yeah. So that is the one of the biggest challenge, because nowadays you see that the new challenge which is coming, that is about people well-being. You go at every conference, isn't it? People keep on talking about that mental well-being and other thing, but in the reality, people face that at 9 o'clock in the night that the meeting is starting. So this kind of contradiction, how the leader manages that what he speaks and what he make his team members experience. So these are the top 3 challenges which I think I see as.
Thank you very much, Sushil sir. Yeah, Anil sir, your views.
Yeah, thank you very much. So first of all, heartiest congratulations to all of us, the LPC community and family and the core team. I think 100 episodes is a very, very great occasion. And the way we are going, I'm sure we'll see a lot more to come. So congratulations and long live LPC. So to add on, to what our panelists have been talking about, yes, I think leaders have been going to the phenomenon of VUCA for several years together. Is it over? I don't think so. In fact, in the recent past, there's been a virtual explosion of change that is driving every industry. And the pharma industry is no exception to it. Just look at it, how the technology landscape has significantly evolved in the last couple of years. So there's an explosion in technology. There's innumerable amount of data and information that is thrown into our face from virtually every direction. As leaders, we've got to pause and reflect and see how best we are able to assimilate this explosion of technology, data, and information, how we draw patterns and analytics from it, and how we use big data and integrate it into the scope of our business operations to arrive at solutions for the betterment of our business. I think this is one of the big key challenges for leadership today. The playbook, what we have adopted in the last so many years, is something that is not going to work today and in the next 3 years and in the next decade. So that calls for a significant amount of change. We talked about a lot of digital innovation today, and the very landscape of customer interface and customer engagement has undergone a sea change today. As organizations, having realized the importance of this change, and how are we adapting to this change and reacting in a manner that we can build a very, very distinctive impression for our organization in the eyes of our customer. All these years, we are trying our level best to please the customer. The model is customer relationship management. Now, with the change that is happening, can leadership work to change the narrative from customer relationship management to customer value management? What constitutes and what defines value to the customer is something that we need to understand. And we can only understand this when we spend time with the customers, when we understand their need, we build those insights, and we drive technological innovation and digital solutions to add more value to our customers today. So my dear friends, this is a process of transformation. It's a significant change management that we all have to adapt. And the onus is on the leadership. The leadership has to drive it down the line and ensure that the operating teams down the line get aligned to this philosophy to bring about the change. So as leaders, we all have a significant power to influence. How do we do that? Well, leaders have to build a demonstrable evidence of credibility. If we build a demonstrable evidence of credibility, we get the power to influence people down the lines and secure their buy-in. But let me assure you, a one-time communication is not going to help. You've got to do it over and over again. You've got to involve our people.
We've got to change that realization into an internalization. And that is the art and skill for leadership to imbibe. When we do that, we can drive the process of transformation or change management very significantly. Second aspect I think all of us have been talking about is on the people. And if as leaders we spend more time in building collaboration, engagement and motivating for our teams, that's going to help build the human capital and make the workforce more productive. So I think these are the key challenges that we as leaders have to bring about in the change management in our organizations today.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have elaborated the entire, the crux of leadership and what exactly is the role in the perspective of changing dynamics in the industry. Sushil sir, can you show some light on your observation and what you have seen the leadership, what changes you have seen and how the organizations are adopting maybe through L&D and through whatever the maybe mentorship or anything. So like to add something.
In fact, you see that Mr. Manoj was also talking in his speech, there is no fixed formula for the leadership. It is all depends upon the follower and the context where the leader has to actually show his leadership style. But one thing which I have been seeing for the last 4 years in pharma industry, basically in the space where I operate, is that leaders are now becoming more inclusive. They have started listening more from the people that what kind of the things they require. It is now no more that your command and control kind of a structure where previously the leader used to say that I know everything, that I will guide you and I will tell you that what is good for you. But now the leaders have started listening at the ground where people, he is asking that what you want, isn't it? It is they're reaching to the customers also. And they're making the people that you just go to the customer, find it from them, that what they want, and you give us the feedback so that we can create their strategies. It was not like that some 20 years back, correct, where our brand managers and other people used to come and they used to say, this is how the best strategy needs to work upon. And that time also the medical representative used to say, sir, you are talking about PM cardio, but in my entire directory, there is not a single PM cardio. So what should I do? And now you see that how the work has changed, where people are saying that you find out the customers, isn't it? And you tell us, and then we will define the strategy for you. It is more like a listening which is coming out now. The third thing, correct, which I have observed is that people, these leaders nowadays, they have become very flexible in their approach. And this flexibility, correct, I did not see some 15 years back it used to be. That time it was quite rigid that once I have said, it means I have said. Now you see that people are flexible, and now the leaders also have started taking a lot of interest in the career development of people. In fact, they keep on talking about to their talent that what is the next phase for you? Have you thought about it? Like for example, pharma being like, I'm sure that you all are from pharma background, you see that pharma is known to be the late adopters of any technological revolution which takes place. Reason is very simple, that technology works where the business model keeps on changing. But for the last 70 years, the business model in pharma has not changed. Why? Because of the revenue generating point is when the medical representative meet with the doctor inside the clinic. Whether you call it a digital, whether you call it a phygital, isn't it? But the reality remains the same, that the kind of relationship which happens face to face, that digital cannot make that. And that is where you see that the biggest revenue generation takes place. So when I'm talking about that being the pharma, we are the late adopters. The same thing happens in the engagement and the culture point of view. Right. This culture and other things, they were quite popular some 10 years back in the IT industry. And now that buck is coming to us, that where we are talking about culture. Now, we need to understand one thing here, that why we are talking about the culture now. Does the culture was not important some 30 years back? It was important. And that is how you see that the organizations will selecting or rejecting the candidates based on whether he's going to be culturally fit for me or not. But today when we are talking about this, please try to understand that the talent in pharma industry is drying up. And that is where people talk about engagement. But my point to the leaders, and this is going to be a big leadership challenge, that how do we do the job branding of a medical representative so that a FMS Delhi MBA graduate starts thinking about that I will start my career as a medical representative rather than looking at the people that who are not getting anything and somebody tells you if there is a walk-in interview going on, why do not you go there? You will get a job of at least a medical representative. So if that kind of job branding starts happening, I think that is where you see that automatically the engagement will be. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think one thing is very clear from your message is one, even digital comes, still the person has the it's only the personal relationships and the rep who is going to act on the field is to be trained and to be he's going to be directed. Okay, so he needs to be empowered. That's what
In fact, with your kind permission, I would like to also add a point because that's a part of the question itself. That from an L&D point of view, how do you see it? You see that from the L&D point of view, we have given a complete, you can say, buffet of learning opportunities to the people who are available. Isn't it? Like, for example, that EDX, then Coursera's, isn't it? Then you see that you have hybrid, then gamification and everything, isn't it? And the irony is that when the things are not there, people see that when you are going to give us and when you provide them, then you have to quote unquote, you have to create a follow-up department in the company, correct, to ensure that the people complete their learnings.
Even to complete the training, you need to do a follow-up.
So sometimes I feel that the challenge for a leader is providing the resources, or challenge for the leader is creating an environment where people start learning themselves.
Yes, that's very true. It should always drive from the top. Arun sir, one question to you on this leadership, because you have seen all the previous. So you also seen how the lot of challenges that in the field. So what message you want to give to the frontline leaders, especially the area managers and regional managers? What is their role, especially in managing or developing the team?
I think we have already had enough of discussion here on that. What I personally feel, what I say on myself. Sorry. No, what I said first thing as a leader, the first thing that I personally believe and I have followed is self-awareness. And when you inculcate this in you, your team will have the same. So then whatever you will feel, your team will feel. This is what I personally believe. And I have started my career at many of us here from Sipla, where the benefit that we had is we never had a restrictive working style. Nobody told us this is what you have to do and this you have to do. I mean, we were given enough space to operate. Even being a marketing executive or an area manager there, that we used to call the district manager, even today in the pharma industry, the job that are being done by sales manager and work being done by area manager at that time. And that is what was the empowerment. That is what you were giving that freedom to real talent. Because see, I personally feel, though I have a lot of respect for all seniors, because ultimately their guidance helps you in your career growth. But learning from juniors always give you edge over the others, because that comes, that is advanced form, that is in the what is happening at the time. You are aware of the situation despite not being at the situation. If you are giving that empowerment to you, first, and I ensure that whatever I feel, my my duties.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Anil sir, one question to you on driving leadership towards the culture of coaching in pharma. Do you see this is going to happen?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I think that's a great question. What you asked. So once upon a time, not too much in the distant past, people would rely more on technical competence, intelligence, quotient, and professional skills. And when we mastered all these, right, we did our jobs well, and we gave confidence to our leadership to move up and get promoted as people managers. And when we became people managers, we expected people down the line who we were managing to follow that same pattern what we had adopted. So it was very much a control and command style of a system. But today, with the level of disruption that we've spoken about, will this time work? I don't think so. We are all in a state of flux, and it is important that people down the line need to realize the importance of change and adapt to this change. So being prescriptive or telling people command and control is not going to work. We need to really look at opportunities whereby you can empower people. I think that is what our previous speakers also have alluded to. We need to give them the right direction, be facilitative and supportive. So in Crux, the role is changing from that of a manager to that of a leader, that of a coach. And therefore, it is important that leaders recognize this and create a culture in which coaching becomes inherent in the organization. And we build a very vibrant and agile learning culture. But let me tell you one thing, it's not so easy as it sounds, because we've dealt with a lot of leaders. And typically, when you look at it, the first thing, the reaction that comes is, I don't have time for it. We've got to manage the numbers for this month. There is a gap. We need to close out on the gaps. We need to push other people and get performance up on track. Yeah, and so it becomes a very authoritative style of control. Now, we really need to think, am I really focusing more on the short-term stuff of driving performance and getting sales? Or am I compromising on the long-term imperative of developing capability in my team to build a sustainable model in which we can withstand any element of shock or disruption that takes place? If we are balancing it and we are thinking long-term, then we build that talent and the capability pool in our team to tide through any disruption or changes that may happen. And this builds a strong and vibrant organization. And this itself is a precursor to drive performance. So I think all these reasons, that resist change towards the coaching culture, we really need to take stock of it and act pragmatically and facilitate a culture and environment where learning becomes open and coaching and development becomes something that flows through. We don't hold people responsible, accountable. All of us are inherently, but we facilitate, we provide direction and guidance, and don't go on to the blame game, but rather we provide support and encouragement for people to think through, open up their minds, and come out with thoughts and ideas in which they can have actions for different solutions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so sorry.
In fact, I would like to add on here, because we have done some experimentation, and I'm talking it from, you can say, from data. People generally, you see that when they come to me also for designing training program, they say that we want to see our area manager as a coach. Then I generally ask them that how many times regional manager has coached the area manager. They said, no, regional manager has a different role. Right? And then a lot of a discussion was going on. Then there was a small division in our organization. Then I said, let us do a pilot here. And I told them, and I convinced them. I took a lot of time to convince that. Around 6 months it took me to convince them. I said that let us change the review system from the top to bottom first, and then we will talk about the coaching culture. Then they said, how that review should take place then? Then I said, let us do the developmental review, because coaching is also about development. And when you're doing the review, isn't it? That is also about finding out the gap area, and then you are doing that, how to close that gap. Then they said that how should we do that? I looked at their agenda and I realized that 80% of the time is being invested in finding out that what went wrong, isn't it? And 20% time only, correct, on
that how to correct the next thing. And that is also when the action planning time, there was no space in the agenda for action planning. And I said, let us do an experiment and let us see for the next 2 quarters. So the business was small, that is why the stakes were not high, because that cluster head was able to manage that part of business from the other, you can say, divisions. So, and that is the benefit actually being in an organization for long term, that people listen to you seriously. So, and I told him that let us do that. 20% we will spend time, correct, on the past analysis. 80% time, out of 80%, 60% in the feed forward, and then 20% time let the leader, his immediate leader, sit with him and help him to create an action. They started doing that, and you won't believe now that division is one of the fastest growing division of our organization. And out of 20 divisions, now we are able to build that same kind of and generating a lot many questions in his mind. When my boss is not coaching me, isn't it? How can I coach my medical rep? Yeah. Because I will do only what is happening with me. कहावत है ना कि देंगे जमाने को वही जो जमाने से पाएंगे, isn't it? So if he is getting coaching, then only he can give the coaching to others, and that is why that from top to bottom the thing is to change.
Thank you very much, sir. So all three of you, I think we had great insights, and one thing came from the entire discussion is like leadership is like a parenting. Okay, so you show them what you wanted your children to do, and that's how Arun sir and Barkur sir has said, and as well as Anil sir. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Really mesmerizing interaction, and we really enjoyed. I request Samantha Chaudhary sir, our senior most colleagues, to come here and hand over the memento to our panelists. Sir, please come. We are really humbled and grateful for you to be here. So Arun Kumar sir, thank you sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take photograph. Next. Sushil Barkur sir. Thank you sir. Thank you very much. Anil Fernandez sir. Samantha sir. Sir, Arun sir. Sir, please, a group photograph to bhul gaya hum log. So thank you very much everyone. A quick group photograph with Arpan. Arpan, please come. Only Arpan can come. A quick photograph le bhai. Okay. Thank you very much for Indian Express. Come. Thank you. We are on time, fortunately. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So here we will take a break. Before break, it is a 15 minutes break only, a tea break. But before break, I would like to invite Dr. Natarajan. Dr. Natarajan from Pronto. Sir, please come. Dr. Natarajan and Dr. Karishma Shah from Pronto, please come. And I request Arpan to hand over the bouquet to them. Bouquet is there. Give. Sir, please come. Thank you very much. They are our session partner. Thank you very much for coming, sir. And ma'am, please come. Arpan and Kuldeep Manhas, ICS. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming here. I request Vinod Bhattacharya to come and welcome Hirak Bose, sir. Hirak, sir, please come. Sir came little late, so we could not welcome him in the beginning. Sir, thank you very much for coming here. Here, Hirak sir is coming from long way from Mumbai. He is coming. He came a little late. Sir, thank you very much for coming. Yes. So here, I request, humble request from us, Please take only 15 minutes break. It is 12 o'clock time. Sir, time to come. 12 exactly. 12:15 we will gather here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check, check.
Okay, let's hear others.
So, first of all, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be among such stalwarts. So, I feel indeed privileged to be able to introduce Ramesh sir. So, Ramesh sir is a senior vice president at Reliance Retail. He was also associated with Cipla as a vice president and also as a cluster head at Sun Pharma. He's a B Pharma from Amravati University and has done his NDP leadership and digital marketing from Indian School of Business. He is also a postgraduate diploma in management from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. But the most important thing, his desire is to build a company where people are treated as an asset. That's wonderful. He also wishes to build an organization which is a benchmark of profitability and known for people passion. So if I go on telling about Ramesh Juneja sir, probably the list will be never ending. Today his topic is supply chain, changing behavior and leadership mindset. So the stage is all yours. Ramesh sir, please enlighten us with your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. Yesterday night, while I was preparing my slides, while Yashwant sent me a message, he had given an introduction to it. I thought of this is holy. So let's just utilize the photograph of holy for the introduction slide. Keeping in mind, life is all about colors. And for the last 2 years, all because of COVID, missing these colors. I thought today we are meeting first time at the physical conference after almost 2.5 years. Let's start with colors of life. Thanks to all. It's way back somewhere about 2 years when COVID started. I used to get messages from many industry colleagues, like we started a platform, come for a talk. I used to ignore, ignore platform. This will come after 2 talks, this will die. So plenty of such platforms. And same way I got a message from Yashwant as well as ICS. Although I never came as a speaker on a digital platform with Yashwant and ICS. But regular follower of all the sessions. After almost 15 to 20 sessions, I realized, no, these guys are going to stay. These guys are going to do something different in the industry. And that's what we are doing here. Thank Vishwan, ICS, and the entire team for 100 LPC sessions. First couple of sessions of Ms. Manoj Saxena, OPG, and the panel discussion is all about leadership. I was listening to all, and I was relating to my own journey of life. From where I started, and now part of supply chain, moving out of core doctor prescription marketer, moving to e-commerce and supply chain. I was thinking when this opportunity came to me, it was a head of debate within me, should I or not? I will succeed or not? It's 25 years working, almost 2 decades with supply and half the decade with Sun Pharma. It was my mind was not with me. But I'm thankful to Mr. Saxena, Mr. Manoj Saxena. It was my first goal. He taught me early days of my career 3 things. People first, empowerment, and delegation. I kept all these 3 things in the center of my decision. Should I go to Reliance or not? I said, yes, why not? Any business, any change from these 3 things. People is the center. If you are with people, if you are keeping people in mind, no doubt you will succeed. And that's what today when OPG started about Mr. Jain's story, or Mari's family story, or any story we talk about. And the people in the center. Is also stated the same thing about COVID case. That made me to think, let's move and adopt the change. But yes, marketer, sales guy, or e-commerce guy. In last couple of years, I must have attended many sessions on sales force effectiveness, even national or international, a lot of digital conferences. I did a lot of digital courses. I go with a couple of my colleagues who stated the pharma is always late in adopting this. Yes, that's the reality. It's all could be last 15-20 years. Success continued in pharma. Life expectancy was growing, diseases were growing, diabetes, chronic was growing. Leaders should think of this is the need. Because business was growing. Now, what do you need if you're growing year after year 10, 15, 20% and your profits are increasing? You don't think of changing anything. But in recent past, when I was in Sun Pharma, I used to get a lot of questions from my sales staff, sales team. Is there any incentives here? मेरा माल बाहर से आता है. E-commerce वाले prescription लेके चले जाते हैं. Pharma supply chains, retail outlets were coming up, like meat or wellness or other things. They're disturbing me. So this questions were open in recent past in the sales meetings. I don't know how many people or if you're listening to this question, but this is the truth of the reality. I also face these questions in some form. Not in simple, because it was early. But yes, we used to get off from southern part of the country doing similar as well, because a lot of chains of houses were coming that side of it. But e-commerce in the last 4 years started disturbing the industry. That made me, yes, when things are moving, why not I should take the lead of pharma industry into e-commerce? Yes, sir. This is my topic today. Views, thoughts, what we talk is 100% right. No relation with my past and current organization. I think you all know about India's digital story. 2007 was only 4% internet penetration. 2014 reached to 18%. 2021 close to 50%. There's an internet penetration in the country, which is made actually bringing change in every industry in the country. It's not only farm. Half of the population today has internet access. Out of that half, 60% is using mobile, smartphones. And we say that rural, no more different. Rural has 10% better internet connectivity today versus urban. Even farmer people can say that rural में network नहीं चलता है. All these are mindset what we carry. Rural has 10% better internet connectivity reach today. All thanks to telecommunication or data companies. As per a recent report of November 2021, we are briefing. You take any industry today. There are 40% electronics are getting purchased from e-commerce platforms today. I think anyone during COVID time, laptop, mobile for our kids, no one visited to the stores here. Whatever was available, purchased. That is the reality. Clothing. 40%. I am really fed up with my house. My wife, she orders 10 clothes from Mintra and Asia and whatever it is, you choose 2 and she will take second one. That's what is happening today. There is a story of every house. Forget about clothing and electronics. Who can think about jewelry? Buying a gold, a diamond, or an e-commerce, that is happening today. 7% of jewelry is moved towards e-commerce in the last couple of years. And if we all still have a thinking about pharma won't move, that's still is influence. All the leaders we need to think about it, it is going to happen. Nobody can stop it. We need to adapt this. If somebody is thinking, no, we'll manage, sorry, my dear friend, you will get replaced or changed. This is the reality of life. The factors why it is happening. Why things are moving towards e-commerce. I think nothing is new. Everybody is known to these factors. Any e-commerce business, marketplace business, is self-inventory. FDI doesn't allow any, there's no funding can come from outside. When one comes to the marketplace and you can play on others inventory, farmer, medical stores, or there's a funding is allowed here. And industry is going to take benefit of these two things. There's no one outlook of e-pharmacy in India. What is happening? Out-of-pocket expenses on the medication is growing. It's very clear it's growing. E-pharmacies today are growing approximately 40% in this year. Versus the industry growth is around 10%. If you take CAGR, barring 1 year of a couple of drugs or so time. Otherwise, CAGR growth is close to 10% or 11%. But e-pharmacy is almost 5 times than the pharma industry growth. What is making? What are these guys doing? Be it Netmeds, Midlife, 1MG, Pharmacy, all these guys. Fundamentally today, 70% of business of these guys is coming from chronic drugs. They're also only eyeing on chronic because that is recurring business. Month and month purchase is going to happen. Acute, 100 rupee or 150 rupee or 200 rupee prescription. And today, my delivery cost of a packet is 156 rupees. I can't afford serving acute. My delivery cost of one packet is 156 rupees. That's what all the e-platforms are playing on chronic. Right? Wellness. 70% of the money is coming from chronic and 30% is coming from wellness. Average order value what any e-pharmacy platform is getting today is somewhere about 1100 to 1400 rupees. And almost every pharmacy platform, average number of packets what they're serving every day is around 20,000. That's another way. And it's growing day by day. Average discount offered by any e-pharmacy today, it looks on an app is 20-25%. It's not the reality. If you do the back calculation, it's not 20-25%. One time you're giving service for the first time. Average it comes 50 to 80, depending upon platform to platform. And I personally believe that in long-term discounts are not going to work. You pick any e-commerce business, you recall. I recall the best example is of Uber and every restaurant I used to get 300 rupees, this, that. What is today? With the time they ask for such no discounts, nothing. Today they used to give to driver. Earlier they used to give to driver. Today they're giving 30% to the drivers. It's only a habit you break. And e-commerce platform brings a habit of buyer or someone. Same is e-commerce company. E-commerce pharma is doing. Just bringing a habit of buyers. As I told, 40% growth, 40 to 45% growth, and what Tata is saying, this is doing $4.5 billion business up to 25. Outpace the global market in terms of e-commerce users, all because of it, the second largest internet user today. Paying capacity is increasing. Indian people has a habit of saving money. That saving money habit, people are saying, oh, surplus money they're using e-platform today. When I go to a retailer to buy something, I see the MRP because I have to count the note. Yeah, this is just a clicking a button. I don't recall I paid 1,000 rupees or 1,200 rupees or 5,000 rupees. Nobody knows that. Or because of those things are changing. Consolidation is happening. You must have known about pharmacy at one time. So this e-commerce people wants to bring at least a one-stop solution for each patient in the country. Be it of doctor prescription, diagnosis, or finally serving a doctor, patient, and at the end, data record management, which is the biggest pain for today. Every Indians in the country keeping that file of it is for any doctor to treat chronic patients. You'd like to see last 2 years reports. Who is getting the reports? And unfortunately, today in Indian market, because of single child behavior, elderly population staying alone is increasing. Who is going to take care of these guys? If you talk about emotional marketing, what these guys are doing, e-pharmacies, is fundamentally this. You just pay, we'll take care of your business. We'll ensure drugs which is on time. And bringing everything on one platform is towards one, that objective itself. And youngsters who are into IT, they are paid well today, they are leagues for that. That's okay. Take 15,000 rupees subscription, take care of my parents. That is happening, it's going to happen. Now we studied these things, just is happening for omnichannel. Pharmacy acquired MedLife. I don't care. Crazy funding is coming in the fund. E-commerce pharma business. To encash 1.3 lakh crore pharma industry is happening today. Tata acquired 1mg. Every large entrepreneur in the country moves into this segment. Reliance, that I'm working today, acquired Netmix to get a platform to succeed faster. You have heard in recent past, Amazon doing that in Apollo. You open Amazon, there's a medicine tab on Amazon now. You just place order, it get delivered by Apollo. When each mobile has Amazon inside, what is the need of downloading a different pharmacy app? That's what these e-commerce players are doing. Sorry. Go back. Flipkart just acquired Sasta Sweets. Pharmacy, you know, there's a B2B business of pharmacy, it's called Rebellion. If you talk about B2C, today also the penetration of e-commerce and B2C is only 1%. And expecting to grow max up to 10 to 10% market share by 25. If you break it up about B2C. But what about balance 88 or 90%? That still will continue by the mom and pop stores. All these large entrepreneurs are eyeing on them 88 to 90% value. They are not bothered much today 1% value. That 1 to 12% game of B2C is over now. Habit is already came. That is going to grow with the time. But the major industry, e-commerce industry, are eyeing on that 88 to 90%. That's what pharmacy critical platform for retail. As said intro, you know that how acquisitions are happening. You need a large wholesaler of any city. On paper, it will be reflected. Sorry. If you see on a board wise, you can see still owned by the family. No, those are back and funded by some of these groups. Any major city, any large city, metro, A town, B town, you go. All top distributors, somebody is funded. Because everybody is eyeing towards that 88 to 90% leftover money power stores from our business. The name that Pets is into e-pharmacies, B2C business, is operating the stores. They have B2B, they have diagnosis, they have consultants. Pharmacy, as of now, they're not in the stores, they're offering franchises, but as per my knowledge, they are not. 1mg, as of now, e-pharmacy diagnosis, and they have opened their first physical store in Gurgaon last month. They started their first physical store in Gurgaon last month. MedPlus is purely into e-pharmacy stores. wellness, you know that e-commerce stores now. Whenever you go to wellness store, they will make you to download the app. Initially, it was not. If you visit in recent past, they will make you to download the app. Amazon, as of now, is purely e-pharmacy, then it ties with Apollo. And Udan is a B2B. My understanding of last couple of years of pharma industry and last only 8 months of e-commerce business. In the future, there will be 4 large players who are going to drive pharma industry supply. Netflix is Reliance family. One is Tata family. Pharmacy is, you can see that funding what is coming there. Apollo will come. They already have 5,000 stores, expanding crazy. 5 years. These 4 players in future are going to drive pharma industry supply. And all the pharma leaders need to understand. You know, to think about strategies keeping that in mind. When I was in Silla, Mr. Amin used to say one line, business is not a garden party. Afterwards, I started understanding why he says that. Now, after a couple of years, I understood the statement. Yes, it's not a garden party. It's about maintaining the garden. It's about watering the plants in time. It's about giving fertilizer as required to these plants differently. It's not you just take a fertilizer of 100 grams and put it in a big plant. No. You have to measure how much each plant is needed to get the right fruit and right flower. So exactly same as in leadership as well in business. Need of manpower, strategy, timely execution is always maintaining the garden. And then only the fruit will come. After so many years, I understood why that leader used to say this. Business is not a garden. Now, if you have to really want to play in that garden, you want to take the fruits of that garden, you will think about how things are changing. Temperature is changing. So we have to adapt to those things in a changing environment. Otherwise, the fruit what we used to eat earlier, my feeling is sitting on the water side, it might feel challenged. The challenges faced by pharma e-pharmacies. It's not e-pharmacies that are doing business with the E. No. There are crazy challenges e-pharmacy companies are facing today. Simply the lack of trust. कौन सा ड्रग आएगा, fake आएगा, nobody knows. क्या expiry date आएगी? There's a lack of trust. Limited customer support. 1%. That is the reason my cost is very high now because I'm not able to explain the way it should. It's a challenge. 150 rupees a packet is a crazy challenge. Even 200 rupees what is a 10%. A 10% money making is in the pharma industry. You don't know how much money retailer goods get. Issue of flying is, you know, India is a diverse, different country. Each market is different. Still the same. Assessing the output, understanding or buying drugs on these platforms is a challenge. Last, I am saying there's a question of records keeping, but patients feel that the data privacy is an issue. These are the challenges of pharma. If e-pharmacists today is that fighting with the small last point. Logistics are changing. Moving from traditional to digital. So that will happen in pharmacy. And you can see that Karnataka they started early. Bangalore was the state that I believe Bangalore city wholesalers were the first sources who gave tablets to their employees to place orders then and there to save the packing and delivery companies. And they put the maximum mileage. And they make the highest profit today. Bangalore city doesn't offer more than 3 to 4% discount to any retailer, versus UP today is 8% discount. All because of the industrial base, the installation in the formal e-commerce industry. They do it and making it. Logistics are changing, e-commerce is moving, and I'm part of it. Couple of e-coms. Customer is going to be the king. Today, customer, we can say that for one of us, doctor. Yes, but the way generic is growing about 35-40%, and we know that what is happening in the corporates, in the large hospitals, doctor is not with the king alone. Post Ayushman Bharat or General Siddhi, or thanks to Amir Khan. Satyadev Jayate, the way he created awareness about children. After that, you can see economy live in Mumbai, the 3 generic stores. That's not good doctors. Thanks to all of you. I'm here till evening. Yes, anyone? My good friend, Amazon came. They're supplying everything. Everybody is continuing. No change. Market is growing. Market is growing. Even in that sector, the people will change the adapt. They will continue growing in the sector. People won't change. It's a difficult. And we've seen that during COVID time as well, demonetization time as well. During the demonetization timing in European market, 50% of semi-wholesalers went away because they were doing business through different channels. This was all the cash that. They're not adapting the change as per the market needs. Is any kind of business, any kind of transformation, people need to change, adapt the change. Also, will adapt the change, even continuously. That is here is everything which are mature market. We can say this model is actually a global model. There is nothing new is coming. But in the B2B, it's the same global model. Pharma companies focus on products which are like prescription. There are different supply companies. Same thing is happening in India. But there are also small companies providing distribution providers. They also have to continue to happen. But the only thing is their product to change. They need to bring the transparency in their operations. They need to think about serving the customers first. That's not my knowledge. But yes, the limited knowledge of last 8 months. But what I see in the external world in recent past is changes will happen. Everybody who wants to survive need to understand that change. All the e-commerce companies has a clear return exchange policy. It's very clear. I told about transparency. All the e-commerce who are doing good, they have clear-cut transparent policies. What I am running, I have clear-cut transparent policy. Returns and exchange. No question asked. It's a clear. For every e-commerce platform they have. So you open the terms and condition. Is there? It's a very clear transparent policy. We replace it. We return, we give the same to them. That's not me. Everybody is doing that. Same it is generic. When the industry is not doing it, these guys also not doing it. See, fundamentally, pharma industry guys are the people who are generating the sales. These guys are only suppliers. And they are following all the guidelines what you are getting. If you are saying expiry need to be taken, return back. If you say no, it's thanks to everyone. I'm here. Thank you. Evening, we can interact. Thank you.
I request your colleague Kiran Kalavadia sir to come here and hand over a memento to sir. Sir, thank you very much. Sir is coming right from Baroda here to grace the occasion. Sir, please come. Thank you very much, sir, coming. Sir, yeah. आपको देना है हमको भी आना है. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Now I request Juneja sir to hand over, sir. 2 minutes longer. Quickly, then our next speaker is ready. So I request Juneja sir to hand over the mementos to our partners. So I request Sai Sudha Patro sir to come here from Mundial Pharma. Sai Sudha Patro sir is there? Sir, come. There is a special memento for you and ma'am. Consulting and imaging. So, Mundial Image Consultancy. There is a world-class consultancy which gives consultation to Bollywood actors also. So, ma'am takes care of that. Sir, thank you very much. Now, I request Dr. Natarajan from Toronto Consulting to come here. Dr. Natarajan, please come. So, a token of recognition to you for being our partner. I request Ravi Juneja to hand over the token of recognition to Dr. Natarajan. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Sarup Srivastava, he'll help. Dr. Srivastava, he'll help. Please come, sir. He'll help. Sir, please come. Thank you very much for being a part of LPC, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now we go to the next session, and that is I request my co-host Arpan to come and introduce Mr. Amlesh Ranjan, sir. Yeah, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Amlesh Ranjan, with whom I have been very closely associated. Amlesh sir is a senior pharma professional with more than 3 decades with a leading MNC, in which 17 plus years have been in leadership roles. He has pioneered and managed commercial excellence, market access, and CAM functions. In the recent years, he has been involved in managing super specialty business. He is an accredited professional certified coach by International Coaching Federation. To add something more, apart from business management and pharma marketing education, he also has to his credit extensive certification on excellence, digital learning, and leadership from esteemed global universities. He has also been contributing at national and international forums for more than a decade. Most importantly, he is passionate about writing on the life, learning, and leadership. So please join hands in welcoming Amlesh Ranjan sir on the dance. And today his topic is
Digital Pharma, Realities, Imperatives, and Effectiveness. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar. Thanks a lot, Austin. Of course, the topic is known to digital pharma. And if you go back to whatever that got discussed this morning, almost the ground is set for me. So I'll move forward quickly. First of all, a big thank you to all frontline COVID warriors out there. And we can't be more thankful to them for the last 2 years. All of them, what they have been doing to us in our world. Thank you, श्री ओपी सिंह जी, आपका सुनकर बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। आपने सुंदर और सरल बातें जो करी वो बहुत ही बढ़िया थी, और ऑफ कोर्स हिंदी सुनकर भी अच्छा लगा, अभी बोलकर भी अच्छा लग रहा है वैसे। थैंक्स मनोज सक्सेना for it's so heartening कि top leadership says if you hear such things, then it augurs really well for the industry. And in many ways, what you have talked will get echo in what I'm going to talk. Thanks to the leadership panel, Anil Fernandez, Arun Kumar, and Sushil Barkar, the way you decoded the leadership challenges, that really a lot of learning for me. And thanks finally to Ramesh Juneja, to the very first statement that people in the center is what is the essence of our industry, not only in terms of only our people, but also the patients and the doctors who are also people, isn't it? So with this, I will quickly move forward. Disclaimer, the views expressed are that of mine. And 3 lenses through which I am trying to share digital pharma, realities, imperatives, and then the effectiveness. First, the realities. First reality is that health is finally in the focus, isn't it? I mean, unfortunately, it happened through the pandemic, but the whole world health is in focus. For leadership, also the health is in focus, and which is one big reality that we have. This is yet another reality. We are in an industry which will get regulated one way or the other, but these regulations are also opportunities rather than any restrictions, in my opinion. Hybrid mode is about duality. So earlier, the strategies talked about the choices. It's not just about choices. It's no longer this or that. It's this and that, and that's how digital becomes relevant. Healthcare is already in digital mode that we have seen in many ways. It is there. Digital approach by healthcare physicians is a known fact now. And the way they have been progressing, the pharma industry also. So one thing was written in pharma industry, and this actually I wrote in along with Dinesh Chindarkar, who is present here, whose bigger article was there. And that time also I mentioned that this is something which is going to happen, and it happened like crazy, but then it got accelerated because of the pandemic. Isn't it? It became a necessity. So we have to move to the next normal also. So knowledge and information delivery, that many other factors start making expectations like face to face. Can you see face to face coming everywhere? So face to face is not going to go away. Human connect will be there. But at the same time, as I said, it is no longer this or that. It has to be this and that. And that also is a reality. Physical impact has been phenomenal. Actually, now it is getting talked that the reps number not only will remain, will go up. Right? But another beautiful thing is happening. The promotional volumes have gone up. How it has gone up? Because the channels have increased. So whatever may be the acceptance issue, whatever may be the initial difficulties, but since there are multiple channels which are operating apart from face to face, our promotional volumes have gone up. Isn't this a big advantage that has happened? We talk about share of voice all the time. So here is a medium which gives you that share of voice, extra share of voice. Why don't take it? And call duration also, we always complain we get only 1 minute, 30 seconds, 2 minutes in the lift, by the corridor, in the parking. See, the person is available at, the physician is available at the most convenient time, sitting in the back of the car, sitting at their home. Then they open your messages, if you have sent the messages, or if your messages have meaning, and if you have been consistent. Isn't this an opportunity? So the call volume has also gone up. And that's so many things that are really that we need to be celebrating the digital. Let's go to the imperatives. Building a culture of health is important. And that's our responsibility. If we will not do, who will do? We need to contribute in building that culture of health in our world. And that's the imperative on the industry. Again, I'm quoting from one of my articles, which I wrote sometime back on Medium. Go-to-market strategies, always we keep on talking. It's go-to-patient strategy. And you would have seen Professor Vivek Adanti has written that article, and actually Mr. Sanjeev Nawanguru is the one who first talked about this. So being patient-centered, we always talk, be patient, it's a given. If you cannot be patient-centered, then don't be in pharma business. And we are seeing this happening in all the talks that is happening right from the morning, that you have to think of the patients. Digital opportunities, imperatives, you see right from research or all aspects, commercial, manufacturing, everywhere there are opportunities which are there. Transformation in terms of innovation, in terms of engagement, in terms of living experience, in terms of effectiveness, efficiencies, all aspects digital provides. But digital is not a substitute for a strategy. That strategy has to be in place because that's what will navigate the business. And then when you combine digital as an enabler, then your strategy works much better. Definitely it works much better. Coming to the effectiveness, public healthcare effectiveness is very important for all of us as an industry to really be in the health system, the public health system. And once again, I would say, if we will not, who will? Health is beyond governments, beyond WHO. We earn our livelihood, the industry survives because of health, and if we do not do that well, find ways to get involved in public health is what I am saying. Private healthcare partnership, all those corporate hospitals, private hospitals, they will only keep on becoming bigger and bigger, their increase, their penetration will be higher and higher. If you treat them the same way as you treat the physicians, then you are missing something. You could just be a vendor there. Become a partner, be a value partner there, and that's definitely is effectiveness. And patient-centered effectiveness, and I have just a 2-word mantra, think disease. Wherever, whichever therapy area you are entering, be it diabetes, be it hypertension, own that. And someone said, I think Mr. Sanjeev Nawanguru said that, be the Netflix of that therapy area. And why not? We have done that. If you close your eyes, think about CNS 2 top companies. Is it very difficult to recall? No. You talk about Asthma or two top companies. Is it difficult to recall? No, we have done it here in India. We only need to take it forward with the help of digital by many of us and many ways. Of course, understand the disease life cycle, map the patient journey so that you can understand the pain points, and then exercise the patient-centered value. And the biggest on them is the trust part, empathy, compassion is a given. If we don't have that, we should not be in the industry only. Trust is important. And just now, Ramesh was talking about that data privacy and all those integrity and all those aspects are very important. So patient-centered effectiveness, integrity is the centerpiece around which the entire thing has to be built. If you're serving the patient or doing something for the patient, don't sell there. Do your selling with the physicians. There are a lot of opportunities. You really serve them. You really don't try to capture their data, and that's what regulations say. Nobody is stopping you from serving. Don't hide behind the regulation. But don't try to capture them. Don't try to sell your product there. That's not your space. Of course, support effectiveness when we take care of awareness or assistance, availability, adherence, and patient advocacy. What we are trying to do here, we are only trying to improve the effectiveness of our own product. And it has been proved again and again if the doses are taken appropriately, timely, and up to the duration it is required, it works. It works better. So it helps us. So that effectiveness also adds to us. Physical is the third realm which really helps. You have a physical, you have a digital, and you have physical space by itself as well, where experience, emotions, a lot of things are there, and we need to play there. Philosophy is simple: empowerment, engagement, and experience. And two aspects empowerment, I would say, because here the transparency, knowledge, information, that's what is empowerment. And experience is what you give. When they interact with you, what kind of experience they get, that's what I'm talking. The value is in terms of knowledge and information you always given. Provide services. Don't just sell the product. Always find a way to add services to the product. And that's what I am saying here. Of course, partnership with the physicians we have seen, whether it's e-consultation, telehealth, remote care research, there are many ways they are looking at us to support them. And they said that please do so. They have been saying that. And they have been thankful to us. Whatever surveys that have happened, they say, yes, the farmers definitely, they rose to the occasion in this period and have really done what they were supposed to do. But please, let us not go back to the default mode. Let's take this momentum forward and make it a norm. Of course, engagement effectiveness, whether it is in terms of webinars, whether it is all digital mediums that we have used, it provides convenience to them. And that's important. They can choose the time at which they want to consume that material. You provide that material. So let them register for the webinar. If they attend live, fine. If not, that recording they can see whenever they want to see. Your purpose is solved, no? At a lower cost also. Physical evidence-based effectiveness. What has been again seen in the research that more and more demand for scientific material has been there. More and more demand for evidence, journals, and all those have been there in this entire pandemic period. Let's take advantage of that. So KOL to DOL. There are two distinct. You have digital opinion leaders. You only have to find that out. They're very distinct. You go to Twitter, you will know who all are those who are tweeting. Can you combine with them? Can you use that to spread the knowledge and message about the disease itself? So get into the space of not just KOL, but even the DOL. Commercial effectiveness, commercial model effectiveness has to be handled. And that's where I'm saying that we have all aspects together: Salesforce effectiveness, marketing excellence, market access, and CAM. But data and analytics and digital excellence has to have, a very important place to support the business. In whatever you can start, get going on that. And that's what a lot has happened also. When I'm talking from here, and I'm sure even My friend Dinesh will vouch for that. I mean, that conference we did 9 years back. I think that huge distance we have traveled, and please continue on that journey. And again, it's about delivering value through sales and marketing or through key account management, market access. We are delivering value. The moment we add digital to that, you are able to deliver the empowerment, engagement, and experience also to what you are already delivering. And that's why digital is important. Personalized care, when we talk about segmentation and targeting purpose, say the ultimate is the segment of one. Digital gives us that facility. Person by person, be it a doctor, person by person, be it a patient, we can serve in a very customized way. And that's what the opportunity that we have for effectiveness. Digital therapy, we are at a bottom level, I would say, but if the digital really has to go to the ultimate strategic level, that is where you have a digital only product that you submit the approval to the authorities for that standalone digital product for health, and which is already happening in many developed markets, or you have a product plus it is co-packed digital app or anything is there which is combined and then that is getting approved. I mean, that's the level, and that's the level where we can go. This is what I believe. Marketing effectiveness essentially about the content is, as always, is very important, whether we create that modular content which can be available through multiple digital channels, and then a two-way marketing should not only it's one-way traffic, but they should also know instantly what is happening on an everyday basis. Actually, you can get information from that side, and that goes into your marketing planning and brand planning, all those processes, and that digital facilitates that. Digital really creates the bridge with your physicians, and there are many ways those bridges cannot just be built. It's a permanent bridge that you are building. It's not that one rep visit to another time when the rep visits. That unbroken bridge is there, which is augmented, of course, which is first started with the face-to-face, but then it can be built further with digital. Relationship management, you say, and once again, if this is as high as 68% physicians say yes, digital will help in building the relationship. And it's the Indian data I'm talking, it's not even outside data. Sales effectiveness, again, this role has to evolve, this role has to be seen, role has to be given that respect, not to be put always on an altar that someday this will go away, or I mean, that kind of a talk need to stop. We need to take care of them as has been evident in all the talks that has happened since morning. We must take care of our field and of course position them as value provider. They should be comfortable with digital. It's we who can make them digital comfortable. And someone was saying that they are more proficient in digital than we are, which is truth actually. And which hits here that are they readiness? This is India data, interesting. That 94% physicians said that the medical representatives are ready to serve me in a digital way. We feel the other ways. We feel possibly it won't get implemented, but that's not the problem. Let's get ahead of that. Of course, as I said, that evolve the field force, it is we who have to do that. Trust the field that they can do because they are capable. Believe me, they are capable. A lot is happening beyond our visibility, beyond our leadership visibility. Believe in them, trust them. A lot can be achieved in effectiveness. If I have to tell you that how the value creation and delivery effectiveness happen, we are talking about only a product. But the moment it moves to a solution, then the knowledge, information, and all other aspects are added. But it has to move to value, then empowerment, engagement, experience, and all those aspects need to come. And that's where digital will be needed. Without digital, it will be difficult. And when all that is together, you ultimately get that desired value by the physician, by the patient, and that is the health and disease outcome, for which all of us are working, which is the ultimate goal for the industry, isn't it? So if we have to, I have to put in terms of realities, focus on health is a reality, quality is a reality, and digital is expected is also a reality. Patients are expecting you to get digital. Physicians are expecting you to get digital. If you don't get digital, then your customer is not accepting you. After some time, if not now. So it's better that we accept that. Imperative, go to patient is an imperative. Think disease. Digital is the third layer, which is important. We need to be patient-centered to be effective. We have to create a hybrid model to be effective. And we need to create the digital. And I'm not saying that right now we have been doing phenomenally well as an industry in India. But we need to go beyond, we need to move to that future where we can be even bigger, much better. And that one word which comes to is to deliver that value. I would say that don't go physical because it's fashionable, because it's a trend. Go physical so that you can serve the physicians in a much better way. Go physical so that you can serve the patients eventually in a much deeper way. Go physical to create that additional competitive advantage for your business. Go physical to create that extra growth, create that sustainability in your business. So as I said, it is about value, but value you add comes from the values you hold. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
One or two questions? Yes, sir. So,
The question is, thank you very much. Question is that when I'm busy in a call, when I'm busy in a call during my professional assignments, suddenly a call comes from and interrupts twice, and finally I discovered that it's a call from a bank which will offering me a financial loan. I immediately cut it off. So because I'm tired of this kind of message on and on, when a physician receives and he's inundated with so many physical calls, how he is going to select and retain mine and not others? That's my question.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's a question that we keep asking ourselves and we face almost every day. So the answer to that question is that, first of all, and that's where face-to-face becomes very important. You know, the beauty is that the emails written by the MR who is visiting the doctor and the email written by the organization, the difference is double. So 60% chances are if the MR who meets me, if he sends the mail, or he or she sends the mail. And if 30% chances that the organization can do it. So that if the trust has been established with that face-to-face to start with, number one. Number two, if you have been really consistent in not bombarding, I mean, it's if you have been able to establish the value of that mail or that call, when you know what time, I showed you one slide which was there that what time they open the mail. Even that is getting captured. When they are opening, for what time they are opening, how they are consuming the content, which channel they are consuming the content. So all these information are available with us. So we don't go digital in a blind way. We don't go that bazooka firing way. We go in a most focused and like the industry that we are. If we start behaving, we are not FMCG. And we are not banks also, we are not insurance also. So the point that you raised, it did come in the survey that yes, we are getting bothered by what is happening. And that was the, I tell you, the first half of pandemic that survey was there. But as things progress, we as a industry also we learn. And by the second half, third half, third 6 months of, last 6 months or 8 months or so, it has been much better because we have learned. Because we brought in the professionals who know when to send, what to send. So a lot of trust and value, authenticity has to be there to get accepted. If you are continuously sending something, if you are, as I said, when you try to become a seller all the time, then there is a problem. But if you are serving that here is a good article which will help you, kindly have a look. There is a good services available for your patients. There is a patient knowledge material that you can use for your diabetics. So if there is something of value and that comes at a time when they are expecting to open it more, it's a frequency which is that's getting accepted. And all that information we can get from feedbacking thanks to digital. So when we put that, chances are we will still have some issues. But the fact remains that in these 2 years plus, not only pharma as an industry has moved on this learning curve, but even physicians' acceptance have gone multifold. Their acceptance is also there, but they are saying, I need that face-to-face. एक चेहरा चाहिए, वो अभी भी है human behavioral connect, वो चाहिए. But added to that, but ये this and that, ये भी चाहिए. But ठीक से भेजो, सही चीज भेजो, ठीक से भेजो, समय से भेजो. And when that is there, it works and it may still fail. But you will, if you learn from that and correct that, the acceptance will again be there. I hope I could answer. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll have questions during the break. But one student from SAS would like to ask question. Please ask. Please, what is your name and then you ask.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. It was a privilege to listen to you. You shared a lot of insights regarding the digital pharma. So my question is regarding this field of medical tourism, and you talked about making the shift from KOL to DOL, that is key opinion leader to a digital opinion leader. So does that have any role in this field of medical tourism? And if yes, then how? Can you elaborate on it?
The last part I missed. What do you say?
Sir, like if there is any role in medical tourism of this shift of KOL to DOL, then can you elaborate on it?
Yeah, so thanks a lot. Namaskar. What's your name?
Sir, my name is Akhilesh.
Akhilesh, namaskar Akhilesh. जब से ओपी सिंह जी यहाँ पर से बोलकर गए हैं, तो ये गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड मॉर्निंग, आज के लिए तो बंद ही कर देते हैं आपको, ठीक है? So namaskar Akhilesh. See this KOL part in medical tourism was already happening for at least I know for 14 years, 15 years after I started doing take-on management, that our doctors from these all corporate hospitals were going to all those countries from where normally our patients are coming, and when you go anywhere in the country, top hospital, and you have patients coming from all across thanks to the expertise that we have and the cost that we deliver to them. So KOL to DOL is only the medium. It's the same KOL who has taken his proficiency or her proficiency to using that channel. So it's a question of only the channel. So in medical tourism, it is even more easier, no? Then you specialists need not even go and travel to all those countries, far off countries. So sitting here, you can organize the webinar or interactions, and much before they land here, everything can be settled beforehand. And then your top person from the corporate hospital can do that talking, that interaction, all questions are answered, everything is done. After that, then next level takes over, and then the procedure and rest everything happens. So you said digital is just it's an enabler, it's a fantastic enabler, but it's an enabler. The fundamentals of business, key opinion leaders' fundamentals don't change. Right? So look at digital from that perspective. Digital by itself is not as bad. Digital alone can't do anything. Alexa can't play your song till you tell Alexa. So your DUL is one who knows how to talk to Alexa. Right? Hope it is clear. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to LPC Life Pharma Coalition. It's an amazing, amazing platform. May you keep gaining in your strengths all the time. Yes. Yes.
Digitalization in the pharma industry is disruptive. Now, when we talk about patient centricity, our new concept that is coming is digital targets. That means patients are more interested in customer satisfaction or customer delight. So, pharma industry is trying to become more patient centric. They will be restricted to more of manufacturing setting instead of marketing, and that really era will become digital marketing.
Thanks a lot for this question. Of course, that's the very premise of digital dynamism, that article that I was saying. And you know, it's so the journey is, yes, customer delight or patient delight is the journey, the ultimate journey, right? And that risk of turning into a vendor, supplier, manufacturer is definitely very strong. Not that anything wrong in that, it makes business sense and it gives revenue to us as a country and as an organization. Most welcome. If we are one of the best manufacturers in the world, why not? We have the highest number of FDA approved manufacturing facilities in the world, second highest, next to USA. I mean, that's a pride to all of us, and that's most welcome. But if you aspire to go to the high value play, which is the play where patients come into the picture, the physicians come into the picture, there the customer delight, customer experience, all those has to be there. And that's where the digital journey will go. So that's the ultimate goal which is there. But you need to get going here. You need to get going at whatever level, wherever you are. You take one step and the journey starts. Right? And I will say only one thing, one quotation that I really love. Even on a 1,000-kilometer journey, the visibility is not even 1 kilometer. Yet you go on that journey because if you have faith in that journey. So have that faith and get going is what is digital. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request Sunil Rao sir, the senior advisor from Mundial Pharma, to come and open a technical presentation. It is said that listening to operation is definitely a dream. So we really realize that, and thank you very much. Yes, one book from my friend. I request you to head over from payment. I request Dinesh Chitalkar, our past speaker. Dinesh Chitalkar. Available? Please come. So, Dinesh, come to our location. Thank you, Dinesh, for coming. I request Rajesh Regula, Rajesh Regula, sir, please come. Rajesh Regula, sir, you only. Thank you very much for supporting Life Pharma Coalition for the leadership session. So it is a total of recognition to Rajesh Regula, sir. Thank you very much. I request Manish Upadhyay to come, please. Manish Upadhyay. Thank you. session is a quick session on leadership panel discussion. I request my co-host Arpan Kumar Paul to come and introduce the speakers. And before that, some more guests have just come, so we would like to welcome them. Sunil Gupta sir is here from Simta sir. Please come. We would like to welcome Sunil Gupta sir, please come. Please come. Thank you very much, sir. मैं बुलाया तो नहीं आया और आपने वो राजेंद्र का बुला के आ गए। Thank you very much for coming, sir. I request Tejas Deemer sir to come. Tejas Deemer. Thank you very much, sir. Nasruddin, I request Nasruddin to give a bouquet to Tejas Deemer. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you very much. I request Anup Rai sir from Simta to come. Anup Rai sir, please come. And now from after time, from after bouquet. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Nice to see you. We are happy to have you. Sharma sir to come and Raj Jaiswal to hand over the bouquet. Raj Jaiswal. Shashi Bhushan Sharma sir, please come. Sir, thank you very much for coming here. We have a immediate more guest. Thank you very much for coming. So welcome to the next part of this learning journey. It is about young leaders. And the topic is how to build high performance. Because everything wants performance from the team members. But it is always said that the tactical will only be as good as the So to take this learning journey forward, I would like to welcome Mr. Shubhajit Mukherjee. Please come to me. Mr. Hiram Bose. Hiram Bose, please come there. Mr. Bharat Solanki. Bharat Solanki, please come. Mr. Kaustav Deshpande. Kaustav, please come. Mr. Kiran Kamaria, Director, and Mr. Anand Agarwal, Senior Director. Anand. The topic here is building a high performance team. As you know, all of our dealing with the teams. So our panelists will definitely take it further. So when we are dealing with high performance team, so first of all, I would like to know from each one of you that what, in your opinion, is a high performance team. Sir, please. One more chair, please. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. So I will start with Shubhajit sir. Sir, what according to you is a high performance team?
Namaskar, all of you. In fact, that's the way we greet now in Acubes and Acubendus, basically. I give 2-3 attributes by way of examples. Now, one of the very important things I feel is decisiveness. I'll quote the example of Acumentis here. In the thick and thin of COVID 2020, we had the GTM strategy. And our consultants were SMRC. And we followed in toto. And in the thick and thin of COVID, we discontinued 67 CR worth of brands. I would not say abolished, but we merged around 450 territories. And a lot of other things we did. And as a result, what we see from April till date, we grew up by 13 ranks in the ORG. That's number one. And our main strength, the tiny basket, grew up by leaps and bounds. So what I'm trying to say that when we decided to act, the intentions were good, but we acted. That is very important. And Acumentis really acted, and we got the result. The second thing, I am learning from O.P. Singh sir and my MD, Mr. Sandeep Jain sir, because I was with them for the last 1 week. And what tremendous humility they have. Sanjeev ji, number one manufacturer. Acumes is the country's number one CDMO, contract drug manufacturing organization. And we were in Calcutta for a 2-day session. And he says so simply and with so much humility that, currently we are number one in the country, but हम world के number one बनना चाहते हैं. फर्क यही है कि एक शून्य लगाना है current turnover. कितना easily वो बोलते हैं, but उनका plans भी ready है. कहने का मतलब यही है, decisiveness, humility के साथ simplicity, and we see the results are evident. So I think these three are very important. Acting, that is decisiveness, humility, and simplicity.
And in fact, I was reading in the social media that 12 months target is completed in 10 months. So what was the special ingredient that you put inside your team so that they completed this target?
I think it's all to do with the mindset. In fact, I learned from my seniors, and it's the mindset change. It's very easier said than done. Mindset change. But sustaining that mindset is so important. I may be doing something great in 1 month, but am I able to sustain the business? Now today we have jumped up 13 ranks, maybe the fastest growing company. But Acumentis as an organization has to sustain this year by growing by leaps and bounds. That's how the goals they have taken. They are quite good goals, and they are stretchable, but yes, the goal should be achieved and we should be doing so well. So it's the mindset that has been cultivated day in, day out. And second thing, what I have seen, we learn to cherish small achievements. Every day, every month, we celebrated small success. A lot of times we are very miserly towards the reward power we have with our leaders. But if we develop this habit of rewarding people, appreciating, because a good reward goes a long way in lifting the morale of the people. And that we cultivated in Acumentis. I would say when 2 SBUs completed the year's target in January, O.P. Singh sir flew in from Delhi came to Mumbai just to appreciate us, and that was more than enough. And that motivated the other SBU to also completed the target by the month of February. So this surplus mindset we are cultivating now in Acumentis. But as I say, sustaining is the bigger. I would say it's not a problem; it's a challenge. We don't look anything as a challenge today. As a problem. Nothing is a problem. Everything is a challenge. And the day we accept things as a challenge, I mean, things grow. And we are learning to be very, very simple in our outlook. As our MD says, एक शून्य लगा देंगे हम वर्ल्ड के नंबर 1 बन जाएंगे शायद हम अगला साल हम यहाँ बैठे होंगे बताएंगे Acumes will become number 1 CDMO in the world. It's possible because it's possible. That's the mindset. Yeah, that's another word we learned.
Fabulous, sir. Let your confidence become so contagious. It should be grown and COVID so that it can rub on the whole team. Thank you so much. Next I come to Virat, sir. Sir, in case of the pharma industry, which was very conservative as far as embracing digital technology is concerned. In fact, COVID-19 played a small sport, if I can say it in that way, that it forced people to come out of their conservativeness and embrace technology. So, sir, what are the changes that basically came in the digital era to build a high performance team?
I would like to take the question in 2 parts because first question we have already asked about the young. I think I'll complete that and then so first of all, namaskar to everybody and thanks LPC for having me over here. As about talking about building a team or a high performance team, I think we are working with you. And the highest importance needs to be given for their development, to nourish them, and to provide them with enriching games. That's, I think, is the crux. If we are able to develop peoples, will have very good leaders for the future and also successors to build up for the future journey of the organization. Now, as again we are dealing with the team, I think purpose becomes extremely important. Why are we here? What is the objective of the team? Because there will be various teams. So to have a clear-cut objective and a purpose for the team becomes very, very important. And as talking about the development, I think coaching culture was touched upon in the morning, but coaching culture has to be totally in the company. It cannot be at the ground level. It has to start right from the top because every meeting we are doing, we do a lot of meetings across. And during the virtual era, it was much more. But when we're doing meetings, are we spending an hour on the development of the meetings, or we are straight away jumping on to the analytics? So that one part we have been able to create culturally within us in our team that every time we have a meeting, at least 45 minutes are spent for the development of the peoples. Now, you see, in our A, we'll have 2 sorts of people. One are the operational ones, and again, we'll have the people from the market. Now, the operational ones, I think, customer centricity, customer focus will be very, very important, and also the frequencies. Then there will be various customer engagements where SOPs needs to be done so that we are always within the compliance level. And to ensure that these things are getting implemented, we need a very good monitoring chart, or we need to monitor that things are getting implemented. Coming to the marketing part, I think we need to give them enough opportunity to think out of the box, discuss with them during the brainstorming sessions about creativity and, of course, strategic levers should be touched upon, and we should be able to come out with strategies that can be really implemented at the ground level. Many of the times we see strategies which cannot be really implemented in the ground. Being in the respiratory, one of the part in the marketing I have also thought about is going beyond the pills, and I think I should thank Siplam of that. First, they talked about inhalation, and inhaler we took it forward because we saw that 90% of the people taking inhaler were not taking it properly. So we launched that Sahi inhaler technique. I think that was one area where we touched upon. And last but not least, For a team to be successful, you have to have that empathy to lead the team. There will be ups and downs. It cannot be always ups. There will be ups and downs. Whether the leader is having the empathy to talk with the team, guide them, help them in removing the obstacles which they have in their journey is very, very important. And last but not least, it's the passion. How do you really develop that passion in the team to work towards the purpose? That's what I think really helps us in building a high-performing team. Coming to the second question of urban, what we face, I think we straight away jumped into an era of disruption during the 2020 March. We are all prepared for a physical meeting, but I think everybody needed to go into the digital format that time. And it was totally new for many of us. We have never seen other a doctor connect other than community going over. At that time, we had to think and how we can do a teleconnect. That was the first thing we started. And we needed to train the team members how to talk in the telephone. Because we see the bank people calling us, our representatives are not trained how to call a doctor. So that training start. Then the content became the key. Because if the content was not good, the second time the doctor was not going to take the calls. So that training became very, very important during that couple of years. And what we saw after the first wave, that digital gave us a place. And though physical will be the most way forward or the major way forward, but digital will also help us to have a touch point. Like if our rep is visiting twice in a month, why can't we have two digital connect with the customers? I think that really helped us to tide over the crisis during the 21. So I think the entire industry got impacted in 21. We have fabulous growth in 21, 22, which makes up for our losses in 2021. Thank you.
Now, let me come to Constable sir. To make this learning very proper, it is said that if you want to help a person for a day, give him a life. But if we have to help him for a day, teach him how to. So, in the pharma industry, sir, training is generally considered as a sampling target and then injected with oxygen. So, sir, what is the role of training that you consider to build a high performance?
Okay, first of all, thank you. Namaskar to all of you. My name is Kaustubh. I'm really privileged to be part of this conclave and very humble listening to all my seniors, because whatever I learned today, many of speakers, those who have actually delivered the talk, which actually learned from them. So with the way the question has been articulated, and I think many of my colleagues have already uttered about it, I would like to talk a little bit different ways in one or two different contexts. And this context is what we are trying to address is that it is not about creating a high performance team, but how we can sustain it. And sustenance is the biggest problem of industry. If you look at pre-COVID as well as post-COVID also, the sustainability has really gone into different tasks all put together. The way we actually imagine our work, reimagine our ways of doing the things has actually changed. So if I really want to address a high performance team with respect to the leader who is managing that particular. So I would like to focus on the leader who actually transform those particular normal individual to a high performing team. This is something which is a story I'd like to tell you. And I'll give you some of the examples which actually we come across during our field work, during our interaction with multiple stakeholders inside as well as outside. So the way my colleagues have mentioned, purpose is core of what we all drive. So at organization at Cipla particularly, our purpose and core is caring for life. So the most important thing is that if suppose we really want to create a high performing team, we need to understand the customer's customer. And that's what right now talking about how we can change the lens from a customer centric to a consumer centric. And here the consumer is a patient. So when you talk about the patients, it's always a relative, a father, a mother, a sister.
So we are into that particular industry which actually consider the connectivity of patients. So the leadership, we are talking about many of the trainings which actually happens on developing skill set. How many number of trainings has happened really to redefine our core objectives and goals? It's very few because it has been defined at top, and then further it get cascade down the line to the team. But if you look at the exact ulta piece of that, when we give this opportunity to last man, why did he exist in the company, and what is that particular goal you want to achieve? If that question has been thrown to you, you will actually come to know the various reasons why do, what actually excites and what motivates. So my current existing training needs, which is so-called a laundry list of 1 to 10, 20, 100, what checklist we prepare, and actual requirement is something different. So first of all, to actually narrow down that particular difference, and here the role of leaders is very crucial. So we've seen that those are the leaders who are touch with the ground. Those are the leaders who really think they can do differently. They having the highest amount of agility, very compassionate about what they do in their day-to-day work, and really reflect on what has actually helped them to got it here is not going to help them to reach to that particular level. Those are the mindset, those are the leaders actually have transformed the industry. And we come across saying when I mentioned about that the organization purpose is caring for life. So at Cipla, saying respiratory, we are the leaders. So we call ourselves as a leader. But actually, we see that how many number of patients really into this particular, this cycle. So, example, 95 million patients affected with obstructive airway diseases, and in that, only 50% patients get diagnosed. In that 50%, hardly 10% get inhalation, and 5% continue. So the gap is 95 to 5. Now try to understand when I'm really looking about a patient-centric approach, the kind of capabilities we want to build for every leader to really solve for the patients and consumer problem. So right now it is more of a one parallel wing which is happening to build a skill and capability. And the problem with the skill sets right now is that the T half of skill set is going narrow and narrow. Is what we have learned 15 years ago is not relevant more than 5 years. What we actually learned 10 years ago may be relevant 2 years. What right now we are actually learning may be relevant for today, not for tomorrow. If something we built up, which is actually talking about a future of pharma industry, and that's actually going to build a lot of attractiveness of market of pharma industry. And there's something which someone has already mentioned. So how the universities, how the curriculum courses will define that. So it's always start with the purpose which actually lies at the core of it. Followed by a training, which I would always call out is a hands-on. And hands-on training and coaching is a biggest combo which industry must really attend for that. And that need to be solved for a big picture. It is not for the operational. Maximum time the trainings happens on the operationals, and that we always outsource to the every level. So everyone do one level down work and then try to ensure that I'm creating one level up difference. So I think the mechanism of operating cannot be like that. I will work with the yesterday's method to drive for today's results to get my tomorrow's outcome. So I think that's something which we need to really stop. And we found that at Cipla, some of these particular steps, and many companies, Indian pharma companies as well, multinationals are taking a lot of steps towards it. So one thing which we have always taken, when person get up in the morning, his manager comment on the field. So is the first thing is that if you think, if you breathe, think Cipla. And that's what something which we called out in our respiratory division. So that is actually help people, to make that as an aspiration. And I'm sure that when that purpose has been settled down, so people automatically move forward and they will build up. So 2-3 points I just want to make about this question. One is what the talent question. So when we are really looking about that, how to improve the effectiveness of people, how to improve the efficiency, it's always start with the talent question. Is it what the talent question I'm going to hire better than me? That's the number one. Number two is that the training gaps which I'm finding as a lead gap analysis, is that gap is a permanent or it is a temporary? If it is temporary, then it's right. If it is permanent, then structurally, strategically, we need to really evolve around it. And last but not least is that the compassion and what kind of help we provide to every associate to grow in his career. So what is in it for him in his career span and how he's going to travel. I think that's the dialogue we need to build. In short, the one line single message would like to talk about is that the communication strategy. So everything lies and boils down on that particular piece, that how a manager is communicating to team and how team is giving feedback to the manager. So I think if that is the area which actually every leader start thinking about that, definitely this will be the most attractive industry, rather than people are considering this as a last option that can translate into it will be the first option. So that's what actually I found that. And one more example within this particular, I said 2 examples. So just taking one more minute extra, I would like to point out this LPC team. The most sustainable journey what I actually seen. So it started way back 2 years, and so it's really coming out that they maintain the consistency every week, every month, and now it's a 100 program. So what success has started at the beginning of their first 10 program or 20 program, but what right now this small baby is crawling and nurturing and taking a big sting in terms of Olympics. I think that's remarkable. So that for me is a second example of sustainability of high performing team. So hope I try to answer this question. And, yeah.
Said that if we are consistent, we'll get it. But if we are consistent, we'll keep it. And that has been the journey of LPC. We have been very persistent as far as carrying this legacy format of enriching learning. Thank you so much, Mastav sir. Kiran sir, I'm very tempted to ask you a very interesting question. That is, how much do you think trust and transparency goes in building a high performance?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kiran Kalamaria. I'm director at Healthcare Formulation Private Limited, manufacturing based out at Vadodara. I was with corporate just before 3.5 years back. I was working as vice president with sales and marketing, and I took this decision to take over a company over there. I was into manufacturing, and when it comes to trust, when this company was taken over, right? The company was existing since 1987, and suddenly we, as an mid-level youngsters, coming and taking over that company was quite difficult for the people who was already working over there. We see so many people in manufacturing, they are working in manufacturing for so many years, but when you see young people who are either into QA, QC, they are quite a young people, they keep changing their jobs. But obviously when you take over something and a new management comes in, the question of trust comes in. But over a bit of time, whatever we have learned in corporate, right, discussing with the teams, regularly meeting them, gaining the trust was very, very difficult for us. Since they knew the earlier management was a different kind of management, and when we took over, we are from pharma, we have a host of pharma experience, we ask them difficult questions, which for that small and medium scale company, for them to answer us was very difficult. So why don't you have this molecule? Why don't you have this molecule? Have you worked on this? Have you worked on that? It was quite difficult for them to answer certain questions which we used to be asking in corporate. But over a bit of time, I think we gained that trust in terms of guiding them, sharing our experience, what we have learned over a period of 20 years in working in Cipla like corporate. And slowly over a bit of time, first it was the youngsters who started gelling up well with us, right? Definitely the manufacturing staff, the engineering one, the chemists were there from so many years. For them, it was difficult to adjust with the ideas what we had, right? But definitely the youngsters were the first one who accepted our ideas, and they performed wonderfully. In terms of performance, it was not easy in terms of getting up and telling them, "Bhaiya, ye karna hai," or tomorrow you have to do that. The thing was, constantly we were behind them in terms of helping them in their work, the problem they face from regulatory agencies, which is we all know it is very, very difficult. So, taking them into confidence, gaining the trust, helping them every 3 years, we used to have the training, what problems they are facing, how it should be, getting external consultants to help them out. So, at least it took almost a year for us to gain their trust. This is the management which will help us. So, what I told them was, I have not left a good big corporate job and taken over this company. I am here to grow. If you want to grow with me, be with me. If you don't want to grow with me, then it's ideal for you to leave the organization and go. Because that's how we want to work. So that was the young people who first gelled with us, and then over a period of time, I think production team, engineering team, the chemist who was working from so many years over there, they also started accepting our ideas. We started appreciating them, which never used to happen earlier because the earlier movement was a different kind of management. And then, slowly they started accepting our ideas. It was very difficult, but slowly they started gaining my trust. And I think in last 1 year or in last 2 years of COVID, pharma manufacturing was very busy, as we all know. And, from the first day of the lockdown, we were working, people supported us, and we did extremely well. And I think in this particular financial year, we exceeded the targets what we had kept for. And with responding to various regulatory authorities, we also gained their trust because agencies or regulatory agencies will always have doubt on manufacturers, the companies. They might be doing this, they might be doing that. But then over a bit of time, from last 2 years, when they started regularly visiting us, they started believing us in what this people are telling is right. They audited us and they said, no, that is fine. So in terms of gaining trust of our people, in terms of gaining trust of the various regulatory authorities, either the WHO people or local authorities, I think it helps in terms of growing as an organization after getting people's trust. That's it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now for Anand sir, I would like to ask that does personal life have any impact on the performance of the leader, taking into consideration that in today's world, new generation leaders are extremely career conscious?
So, thanks everyone for the question. And first of all, I would like to greet each and everyone out here. Good afternoon. And my name is Anand Agarwal. I work with Cipla as a Vice President Emerging Markets. It's a delight to see and meet lots of peers out here. Sometimes you feel like that Cipla has scattered to the industries and many leaders from the various countries. I had an experience to work with them. So great to see each and everyone out here. And many new faces I have met with. So that's great. So I will come to the questions. I mean, everybody, all my panelists have spoken about the professional traits that needs to build up a performing team or to be a leader. And it's very important part that you touched upon how the personal life can impact leadership. And I personally echo it. This question has been raised to me multiple times in various platforms. That's correct. So I think the word that is buzzed around every professional's work-life balance. I would say that I don't believe in word called work-life balance. Why do I so? Because work-life balance itself is a very biased statement. When you have single life, why do you call work and life separately? That's how I believe it. Do you ever say that family life? Do you ever say job-life balance? You never do so. So why do you have a work-life balance always? So I would say that do not, because the moment you go into the balancing anything, your life will move into that balancing itself. So have it in a balanced life or a life balance. That's what the right term that we should all coin in. And that's what we started practicing, because as a youngster, and all of us, when we started our career, we were all career conscious about it. No, let us move to the career. Everything you वो जैसे ना साइड में ताक पे रखते हैं. आपने अपनी लाइफ की हर चीज को ताक पे रखते हैं. तो then you start thinking that यार, let me become area manager, RSM, and that's how the life doesn't move vertical. Life doesn't move vertical. You have to see that what are you adding up to, what are you doing. So I wrote an article also on work-life balance on my LinkedIn. So if anybody like to read it, I think you can do so. But it was
Now what, and that article is not just about giving a theory, but it was just about that what I practice. So there are a few things I'd like to communicate that how a leader should behave and how should a leader practice those. First of all, I say that we should change our marker of success. Because what happens, our marker of success sometimes is we are always not clear about it. When you ask the audience, what is your marker of success? Most of us say that a good positions, a 2-3 BHK home, a good car outside, that's how the markers of success. But the same audience when asked, sketch what you want to do in your life. How do you want yourself to be in life? You will never sketch a car or a BHK. You will say couching on a balcony, sitting with a wine or beer or coffee, whatever you like it, and that's how you want your life to be. Why your dream and your reality is different? I think that's what I would say. Change your marker of success. That's what the first thing that I would like people to see. Second thing that I learned hard way. Don't carry your work to home and vice versa. And that's very, very important. And that's really what was, it disturbed both the place. It disturbed everything around it. We most of the time love to carry our work at home and sitting at, no, writing a mail to your boss or your team at 10 o'clock or 10 o'clock, it's like if you feel good about it, oh, I want to show my boss मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. अरे boss भी वहीं से निकला है. उसने भी वही लाइफ जी है. वो भी 10 बजे मेल भेजता था ये दिखाने के लिए अपने बॉस को कि भैया मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. उसके बॉस को भी पता है काम नहीं कर रहा है. I think we all know. I think these are the concepts and notions that we created. And what you are bargaining at? You're bargaining your own work life. You're bargaining your own kids. You're bargaining your wife. You're bargaining your friends. So I see that don't carry each other. When you carry at your home, office में जाकर work कर लो, घर पे सिलेंडर पहुंचा नहीं पहुंचा. That also not right. So have a time around it. The third thing I would like to say that the quantity and quality of times. That's very, very important. And that we also. And why do I say this? It's easier said and done. But doing practice is much, I would say you feel an exuberance around it. Why do I say technology? We all have been talking since morning. We all are saying that digital technology has changed. Technology is all about pace. Am I right? So the technology once comes in our life should make our things faster. Am I right? No? Does technology help us to move things faster? We should ease our life while we become handcuffed with the technology. Is technology helping me sparing more time for myself, for my friends, for my family, for my kids? If not so, think around it. Are you using technology right? Because I personally feel we are so bound that whenever you're sitting with our wife, kids, or anybody around it, even if the friend is sitting on a dinner or a wine or let us say cocktail dinner, we all take up our mobile and see it that yes, while talking to him, are you interested in the social media or interested in the guy who's sitting here? So look at that. Is technology helping me? The last and thing that I would like to suggest all the leaders, please spend some time for yourself. Because one of the quote that I read, I think Chetan Bhagat wrote it, that when you work very hard, but do spare your time for friends, family, and self. Because on your last day, nobody remembers all of it. So I think that's very, very important. I think that's enjoy your life. And do not worry about it. Yeah, kya hoga? If you lose something in your career, you can regain it. But if you lose the relationships, your whole life you will spend whole life to get it back. So that would say that I think have your time, have a life, right balance of your life. You'll enjoy a productive mind and a productive body will give you productive outcomes, and vice versa. So that's what I wanted to communicate around.
Internet saves time. And anyway, the best part of the time is the me time, which you said. Thank you so much. So now I will ask Bharat sir. Bharat sir has risen from the ranks of a medical rep and today he is an entrepreneur. So, Bharat sir, what are the qualities that you look for in an employee to build a high performance?
First of all, namaste to all. And it's myself, Bharat Solanki, is already highlighted about that. And I have started my career as a medical rep. So I am a very small person among this crowd because I have heard about the big word. So I just little bit afraid that what I am going to talk. So my sincere gratitude to the LPC team and congratulate for the LPC-100 Conclave, because these events is represent the you can say is a long journey about this LPC. As a 2 years back, so Mr. Yashwant is a part of this LPC, and really this is a fantastic arrangement, and it is a privilege for me that to be attend this kind of the panel discussion with all the dignitaries. And the question is asked by the Mr. Arpan, as the first thing is I feel that there is a trust, transparency and respect in all our relationship, because this is the first foundation stone to build a successful team. Like LPC already you arranged this, and it represents the success of the building a high performance team. And second stone we can say about that accountability. So each and every person has to be accountable for day-to-day work, for the reporting side, and then goes for the analysis and timely feedback to the concerned person. Because without the accountability, we can never grow. So there is not a plus or minus, but there is a justification of your job. So whatever you are doing. Third is the responsibility. So everybody has to be responsible for his actions, and they have to be clear about his role and responsibilities, and needs to be a ownership attitude. मतलब ये मेरा है, मुझे करना है और मुझे ही ये result produce करना है. So that kind of the ownership that has to be taken. Fourth one is for everybody has to ready for the change. So from the morning we have just listened from that face to face to be a digitalizations to the physical. So everybody has to be ready for the change, because if you look at when we joined the pharma industry at that time, the scenario was totally different. But today is totally different, because it's day by day is changing like that. So we had to adapt the changes, and there is only one thing is the constant. There is a change. So we have to be ready for any kind of the unexpected situation like the COVID. So there is a future definitely about this physical also. It's already highlighted by one of the Mr. prominent speaker, Mr. Ranjan sir, because things about the hard work with the happiness. So at the end of the day, the person is doing the lots of work and lots of hard work and putting the entire energy, and end of the day is not happy. Then everything is defined. So he has to be a balance the life of that. Say, or you look at as a leader, see that the person is spending a quality time with his family or not, because the family is the strength of the person. He can perform best when his family lives are settled down. Last but not the least, everybody has to be think about this. My role is not just a job. I have to be taken an ownership attitude. The reason is only that I give up one example. I was surprised that in the recent 2012 or 13, I was working with the Surat, and 2-3 colleagues is with me, and one of the company's person who has maybe a JDM or RM, he is offering to my colleague that would you like to join this company? This is the organizations, and we can pay for the handsome salary and everything. And that fellow has to be said that, sir, thank you very much. I am appreciating you that you have looked into the quality. So I am fitting in this time you are in company's job. So thank you very much. But I am happy with my own company. It is not an organization where I am working. This is my own company, and this is my card. If you need any kind of the job in the future, just please contact with me. That is the person who has the freedom to talk with any kind of the things. So recently I said Mr. Shakshana sir is that what happened in earlier stage. Doctor is asking about the sponsorship. What says the representative? Sir, definitely I will get back to you. Then comes to the manager. What happened that Manager has said that I get back to you. So it takes the 15 days times or 1 month times. Do you think that is the now in today's there is a you can lose your customer, but the reality knows the representative knows that this is the most important document for the organizations. So I have given the power to the representative. That's the freedom that you can take the decision on the spot. Don't ask me. So that is the ownership I have given to my all employee, and I am sitting in front of you because of my team only. But I have nothing done anything else for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, you said something very important. That as a leader, it is very important to give freedom to the people to express themselves. Because unless they express themselves, they won't be able to impress. And that is what basically separates the innovators from the laggards. And the world needs innovators. Nobody is interested in laggards. So let the change come, let the change prevail, and let us once again start building this high performance team. And we had 6 wonderful leaders who spoke about building a high performance team. And I am thankful to each one of them for sharing their useful thoughts with all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do come. So I would like to request LPC core team. Come for a group photograph with Abdesh sir. LPC core team. Before we go for the lunch break, LPC core team will present all the speakers. I know after lunch break is difficult to find. Ramesh sir is here. Ramesh sir. Sir, please come. Sir, please come. Manoj sir is there. Thank you very much. Here we will take the lunch. So before lunch, there's some more eminent guests have come. So I request our guest Devasi sir to come here. Devasi sir, please come. And Devasi sir, he's coming Hyderabad. Sir, thank you very much for coming. I request Kuldeep to give. Sir, thank you very much for coming. So here we'll take the lunch break, and it is a 45-minute lunch break. Oh, yes. 2:30. Please let us see if we can come back by 3 o'clock. Great for us. 3 o'clock. Tight schedule is good. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much.
That is in Lagos. And how about you? How's
Yes.
Thank you. Call.